Go live. Here it is. Hi, everybody. Welcome to welcome, Colleen.
Thank you.
Welcome to, and I apologize for wearing the same shirt, but just so busy again, even on a Sunday. And I probably could use a bit of a shave. Sorry about that. But so this is a really incredible. It's going to be an incredible show. And both Colleen and I really yesterday, and then I had a follow-up massive download and epiphany today. Just a remarkable. It literally brought me to tears. And so we just wanted to share everything that came to us because it really completes all of the pieces of the puzzle. And this is huge because one, this is how, and this will leave no stone unturned. This will tell you exactly how the Cabal enslaved us, what they did, exactly where, and therefore it also explains to us how we get ourselves out of this absolute horrific mess. Okay, so this is everything. This is an absolutely huge podcast. So what I created for the title was Everything is Energy, How the Cabal Enslaved Us and How We Set Ourselves Free. And so what I just briefly wrote as an overview, which we'll go through today, is that everything, as I've always taught, is energy. And this is what Nikola Tesla taught. That's why I teach this, not because I possess any genius or I've created any of these ideas or concepts. I simply search for the truth and then I embrace the truth. So it is not my truth, it is the truth. So when you want to rail on Colleen and I by simply saying that, we're such straight and narrowers and it has to be our way or the highway, it's not our way, it is the truth. If you want to spin this by simply saying that, well, you've got your truth and we've got our truth, then you're totally lost. And while to some that may sound self-serving, it isn't. Colleen and I started all of this by simply saying we didn't know any truth. We had at least the wisdom to see that we had been completely lied to and that virtually everything that we knew was a lie.
We were literally just as full of shit as everybody else.
That's correct. And so we had the courage to say we wanted to do something about this. Did you want to cover them up at the front, Angel High? And the birds are very active. They're very happy. So, the key to all of this is, as Tesla teaches, and so this is just to complete that, that's where we're coming from, is that we simply researched, found the truth, and now we share the truth. And so it's not our truth, it's the truth. And then of course, the thing that's incredible is that in the journey, no matter where we went to with the ancient cultures, it always led us back to God. That's what's incredible, is that every single ancient culture always handed this greatness back to God. And that what we figured out, is that they were all talking about the one God, and that their religions, although sometimes a little bit on the surface it might seem different, it really wasn't. That any differences were just determined by differences in culture, and that they were essentially all teaching this one story. And that is the one story that is first created in the night sky. And that's why the night sky is the blackboard. And it's where all teachers teach from. True teachers teach from God's blackboard. That's what the night sky is. And this is where all the truth comes from. So again, it's not our truth. We simply have the wisdom to see the truth. And then you teach the truth in a straight and narrow fashion because that's what the Bible says, because that's what Jesus Christ says. Um, and this is what we must do. It's not the broad and spacious path that always leads to destruction. It is the straight and narrow way that leads to everlasting life. So if everything is energy, then everything can be seen as frequency. Now, this is very important for each and every one of you to recognize, realize that everything is energy, then everything is a frequency, and that's numbers. So therefore, this is why negative 48 has come out now, and this is why he's saying is that God's language is numbers, and this is why. And this is why everything that they've done, they're saying was impossible without Nikola Tesla. Why? Because Nikola Tesla understood that 3, 6, and 9 were the secrets or the keys to the mystery of the entire universe. And so that's Tesla saying that there is a God, that there is a Father, that there is a Mother, and that there is a Christed energy, and that energy must rise and be free. And everything that the Cabal do is based upon this singular truth. They know this, and then they suppress what must occur, which is this 3, 6, and 9, which I'll explain again tonight to make sure that every single one of you understand completely what it is that Tesla was saying, so that you've mastered this as well. So it is all about energy, therefore it's all about frequencies, and frequencies are numbers. So there are 2 types of frequencies. There are vibrations, which are electrical, and there are pulses, which is magnetic. Now, vibrations occur in waves, and so these are always electrical waves. And this is why an ocean wave is such a perfect example of us living in our left brain and then the samsara. And around you go until you crest, you hit something, there's an obstruction, you crest and you live rapidly in this eternal moment. You live rapidly for 60 or 70 ridiculous years, and then you die.
You hit the shore.
You hit the shore and you die upon the white shores of the Father, and you roll back in the sand and the foam into the Mother Mary's womb, which is the ocean, and there you rest until such time that God deems you ready to be breathed life upon you again, which is the wind. And then the wind turns your stasis water,
Ultimately is the breath of God,
which back into this oscillating wave. And then the oscillating wave is pure potential, which is what our lives are, until such time that we crest and thrust forward. And if we don't get out of this system, you will repeat this cycle forever. And you can see it in plain sight. This is how every single wave that you see on the ocean is created. And they go round and around and around and around and around and around and around again. And the only way to get out is getting out of electrical, which is your left brain, which is a circuit, into the right hemisphere of the brain, the 90%, which is a field, which is magnetism, which is a scalar wave, which is the eternal 8. So it's your choice. God always gives you a choice for everything. So once again, electricity, which is vibrations, occurs in waves. Magnetism, which is in pulses, radiates out. It is a radial pattern, which is this key to the 3, 6, and the 9. And the key about a radial pattern is that it radiates out 360 degrees, which means no child left behind, no culture left behind, no man, woman, or child left behind. It is an encompassing energy, and that is feminine in its origin, because that's care and compassion. Only the mother, well, of course, our Father, Heavenly Father, but the mother is the one who ensures that no one is left behind and everyone is considered and considered equally. That's what a pulsation is. This is what radial pattern and true radiation really means, is this outward pulsing in a 360-degree crown. That's how it's always described, is it pulsates out in this crown. And this is the purple rain. This is the purple crown. And this is the crown that you must wear around your head, the crown chakra, which is the purple rain. And this is when you choose the right hemisphere. You choose God. You become virtuous and you create magnetic pulsations, which go in this radial pattern, and no one's left behind. So what is magnetism? M, which is Mother Mary, which is Mare, which is the ocean. Mare, Mary, the Virgin Mother, and the letter M is 13 of 26. Okay, that's Mother Earth, and Mother, another M. And then the Mother Earth is green. And in our body, we have the 7 chakras. The nadis go down and the chakras go up within our subtle body, which is this body that we deny, but it is our essence. Nobody has a problem with memory or, feelings or emotions, but you can't see them. Oh, but they're there. They're there. You all know that. But if a surgeon went in to find any of these things within you, they wouldn't be able to find them. But you fully accept that. But chakras and nadis, you got to be kidding me. You're crazy. Now, that's what every culture talked about, but they were just crazy. So you believe in all of these memories and feelings and emotions that you cannot see or pinpoint. You accept those, but you won't accept nadis and chakras. So the
Well, we're
heart,
not talking about you guys.
the heart chakras is the 4 of 7. That's the middle. 4 is in the middle of the 7. 4 of 7 is the middle. Mother Mary, magnetism, good, green, godly earth. 4 of 7. And in the alphabet, the letter M is 13 of 26, the middle. So then you see these consistencies. M, Mother, Mary, magnetism, movement. What is mag in Sanskrit? Constant motion, constant movement.
And what is magic but mag-I-C?
And the
Magnetism,
that's right.
I-C.
That's right. And that's what magic is. When you cross that hemisphere, you pay the ferryman the dime, which is, the true tithing of your left brain. You give up the carnal thinking out of your left thinking brain. That's the only brain that thinks. The right hemisphere doesn't think. It's just completely enamored with creating. It's a co-creator with God. So the right hemisphere is not a thinking brain. It's a doing brain in the most creative way. And you're tapped into God. This is why artists who create out of the right hemisphere often will say, you hear them say it all the time, and that is, I felt embarrassed to take credit for this painting or this song or this movie or this book or this idea because it just flowed through me. And I felt almost embarrassed attempting to take a writer or an ownership credential of this because it flowed through me. That's precisely how it works in the right brain. This is the allegory of the counting sheep. And sheep, the purity of taking pure thoughts from God out of your right brain, which is the way Jesus Christ taught. Take no thought for your life. Thought comes from your left electrical carnal brain. Why did so many hate Joshua Jeheshua? Because he personified goodliness and heavenliness, because he existed exclusively out of the right hemisphere of his brain. And that antagonizes. Guys, that's quite enough. Thank you. Settle in, everyone. And that is existing magnetically out of the right hemisphere of the brain. And then that can trigger emotions, violent emotions, out of those that are trapped in their left brain, especially those who have created this false system of enslavement, and they've got everything riding on this. Can't have that one person come along. Can't have that one person come along. And this is why the necessity to create this program of John Galting, the phrase coming from Ayn Rand and the trilogy novel Atlas Shrugged. And Who is John Galt is the third book, and John Galt was the motor of the world. And for somebody who's credited with being an atheist, boy, she sure wrote about Christianity, pure Christianity, perfectly. And John Galt is a representation of Jesus Christ and becoming Christ Jesus. John Galt was the motor of the world. Jesus Christ was the motor of the world. And how do you do that? By becoming magnetic, which is constant motion, and that is eternal life. And that is why Jesus rose because that's what a scalar wave does. That's why Jesus rose to the right-hand side of the Father in heaven, because that's what magnetism does. It is the eternal eight. It rises up and to the right and comes back down, and then up and to the right, and it never fails, and it never will. And Christly energy will never fail us, just as our Heavenly Father will never fail us, and just as our Virgin Mother will never fail us. So this is what we're talking about. The Cabal knew all of this. They knew it all. They know that everything is energy. They're that wise, and they're that clever. Now, they have no interest in this other subtle stuff about going within thyself and meditation. Why? Because they have no interest in meeting God face to face, because they couldn't take that meeting. Their darkness, God is pure light, and they would be torn apart by this purity and the severity of the purity of the whiteness of the pure light. So they are not
There's
looking.
too much distance between the vibrations. They couldn't ever reach the God frequency.
Exactly. So what we're talking about here is that they were never interested in eternal life. They're looking for loopholes. They are lawyers. Lawyers exist to find loopholes around the law. And they're trying to get loopholes around, because this system of legality only applies to us slaves. It does not apply to them. They're only worried about God's laws and trying to get around them, which is why they exist in Venice, which is a ship at sea. Look at images of Venice, and you'll see the prow facing west, facing their headquarters on land, which is Rome. And notice how with Rome, the financial district of London, and Washington, D.C., how small all three of those areas are. They're tiny. Why? Because they want as small a footprint as possible on God's land to absolve themselves from as much repercussions from God, because they learned from Babel. They learned from Nimrod and the Tower of Babel and trying to take heaven by force. So this is why they have tiny little footprints on the land. And by the way, that's why in all three of those areas, they went down. And guess what? They went down below the water level. So now in their eyes, they are in the water again, and they're manipulating the mother again, and they are away from the Father again. This is another one of the reasons why they're under the ground. So this is what the show tonight is going to be about. This is how they did this, and then what that looked like, how it worked, and then how this is their undoing, and this is the solution. This is our salvation, is their own program, because they are trying to manipulate God's creation. You can't. It works for so long because we can be fooled. But once we awaken to it, they're done. And symbolism will be their downfall, because everything in God's creation and nature is perfect and beautiful and goodly and godly. And every time they show you something is evil, like 666, it will inspire someone like Colleen and I to come along and go, nope. 6 is the journey of man. 6 is the third eye chakra, is the pineal gland, is illumination. So it's not a bad number. 6 and 6, 66, which is 11, 22, 33, is the total of the three math star numbers, 11, 22, and 33. And again, 11 is the letter K. 22 is the V for the vagina of the mother. And then if you continue past the 26 and keep going to 33rd letter, where do you get to? G. And that's why the Freemasons use the G. And now we're going to shock you.
Where do they put it?
That's right. That's right. Right over their groin, God, G. Yeah, that's why. And so the 33rd letter is the second time around the alphabet, is the letter G. So none of this so far is bad. And 6 and 6 equals 12, and 1 plus 2 is 3, which is the Holy Trinity, Father, Mother, Child. And then the 666, which in the Bible says is the mark of the beast. But you forgot to read, because in church, they never read that part, the fine print, which says, or that of a man. So 666 is the number of man. And we have a choice to make, casting your net to the left and getting it wrong, or casting thy net to the right and getting it all right.
Which the road is straight and narrow. And although we're all called, not all will follow that path.
That's
And
right.
someone was asking, well, if the Cabal knows so much, why would they choose that side? Why would they choose the left side?
You want to go with that?
No, go ahead.
Okay. Once again, because they can't face God, they're not looking for salvation. They know there's no salvation for them for what they've done.
And it's not for the weak of heart. And they are weak in their heart.
So their lawyers found the loophole with this energy because it's eternal, and that this energy constantly recycles itself. This is not Hinduism. This is not Buddhism. This is Christianity. This is what pure Christianity and Zoroaster teaches, which is this incarnation, because we are eternal beings. Why? Because everything is energy. And if everything is energy and it's frequencies, then you're an eternal frequency. And all you have to do is cast thy net to the right, because you need the higher vibration. You need 107.1 FM. You don't want 610 AM talk radio. You want to get high and to the right on that FM dial. So that's what it's all about. Now, they're clever. So they said, well, what if we continue to die? Then we have to come back. And the thing is, we're coming back into children who are pure. So the more we attack children, the more we focus on children, the more child vessels that we can create that are essentially not evil, because children are pure light, but you can make them dark. You can replace that darkness, that light, with darkness. And how do you do that? You take the father and the mother away. You take protection away, and you create fear. And then this is the whole basis to the story we're going to tell you tonight. And it's terrible, but the answer is beautiful. And we're on the doorstep of pure beauty. This is it. We are so close, my beautiful friends, to this brand new reality, to this brave new world that, perverted by Aldous Huxley. But
I can't even believe that we're actually sitting here saying these things to you. Like this is surreal, because the movie that's playing itself out is just like bizarre beyond belief, but it's actually happening, people, and you know it, and we all know it.
Yeah,
it's amazing.
And so what Colleen's saying is that it is coming to an end, and that's why I encouraged on our podcast the other night, the live show, for everyone to begin to take a step back and to look at this through retrospective eyes, because this is the end of an era. And yes, it's been a very, very dark era, but and we need to move forward, but we never want to forget from whence we came. And this is what they want to pervert. So once again, they were looking for loopholes. And when they create darkness in children, they create the necessary vessels to reincarnate into. And this is why they do what they do. So they target children because they have the purest energy. They're energy vampires. Yes, they're vampires. And yes, they will drink the children's blood, but more than anything else, they sustain themselves eternally off of energy, because everything is energy. So far more important to them than the blood of children is the energy. And this is why I told you this is not going to be pleasant through some of this, but this is why they torture our children. They do it to create the worst form of fear possible. And that is creating massive darkness. And then that darkness is what they're able to reincarnate into. So there's no wisdom in that. There's no great intelligence in that, but there's cleverness in that. And the left brain and the ego, you have to, nod your head to one thing, and they are clever. because they do one thing and one thing only. So they become good at the one thing that they do. So this is the overview to the show tonight. And so now what we're going to do is we're going to walk you through what they did to us once. And this is where you're going to see how everything got turned upside down. Walk you through what they did to us once they realized from coming in contact with these ancient scriptures and these ancient truisms that everything is energy. Okay, so the beginning to all of this is the shape of what I call, and I coined something called organized society. And that's what we've lived in since the Babylonian captivity 6,000 years ago. Now, it is not anything like it is today. They like you to think that there were grand cities everywhere, and that's not true. Most people lived in very small communities or by themselves. And they only came into these large trade centers for obvious reasons, to trade their wares or to be able to get access to various goods and services. So they were more than anything else, cities were outposts that people went from within their little small communities within themselves, and they went out into these outposts. So it makes perfect sense. And once they got to these outposts, they were hoodwinked by the people who created the outposts, which are the Cabal. And these are the Canaanites. These are the ones who live in the left brain exclusively. And there's no mother, there's no father, there's no Jesus, there's no Mary Magdalene, there is no Santa Claus. The house is empty. It's only full over to the right, in the right hemisphere of the brain. Okay, so the first thing they did is they focused on religion. Write this down. So why religion? Because religion or spirituality is what has the deepest connection to us and always has. And the reason is because it is our connection to the higher truths around us and makes us feel purposeful in life, which is that what is God? Why are we here? Where is God? And how do we connect to this creator? And this is the basis to religion and then organized religion. So the very first thing that they became aware of, if everything is energy, that the earth is created, and everyone, I think we've taught this long enough, you probably know, but I'll repeat it again. The entire earth is a system of ley lines. It is a grid of energy, and the grid of energy works underneath and above, as above, so below, as within, so without, as with the universe, so with the soul. So the overriding principle to God's creation is the Hermetic principles, how everything works. So whatever you are inside yourself is precisely what the earth is and what is above and beyond the earth, because we're all one. We're all created in God's image the same way. There's one system. This is that forest field, and that's why you have to rise to the blue bull, the higher bull, and become the Taurus bull, which leads to Gemini, which leads to perfect balance, which is Cancer. So, and that gets you back home at 1 to Leo, to 2 to the Virgo, so you can be born free again, Libra, upon the level. So the first thing that they recognize is that if the earth is a series of is a grid, and it's a series of ley lines, then it means that our personal vibrations, our personal pulses have a powerful effect, and they transmit and transmutate upon the ley lines. So first thing that they become aware of is that all of these pagans, what have you been taught about what a pagan means? Or what about these druids or witches, right? And the basis to witches are white witches, which were guardians of the forest, guardians of Mother Nature, as were the druids and white witches. And they've been turned evil, and it's all bad and dark and whatnot, but it isn't. All of God's creation is goodly and godly. They haven't created anything. All they've done is lied to you, and they have perverted the truth. So witch is now a bad thing, but in the beginning, a white witch is a guardian of the forest, guardian of Mother Nature. So white witches were so important. And this is where witches are associated with the beginnings of the Catholic Church. And they had to purge the witches, which, you know, you think now is totally cool because witches are evil. Yeah. And
Interesting. Who were the ones doing the purging of the witches? They were the actual dark witches themselves.
that's right. They were the ones
They were
supplanting
killing
white
the
magic.
witches.
That's right. And witches is the mag-IC, magic. They were the mag-IC because they were magnetism, feminism in perfect alignment with the mother. So they were the mag-IC, which is magic. And then all the Cabal did is turn it into black magic, which is just pure evil. Okay. And it's just turning our God's natural creation upside down. So they realize that everything on the earth is a ley line, and that what these ley lines do is broadcast. How do you think they created television that is broadcasted to the world? Because this is their plan. This is what we're narrating to you right now.
Imagine right now the waves that are going out there from our stream, our live stream. It's magic.
Yeah.
Right? It's magic. We are streaming right now live. The cell phone, everything, it's all a frequency, everything. So you know that it's there because we're seeing each other right now and we're in different parts of the world. So
in real time. And how does that happen? So okay, so they knew all of this, and it's all about magic. So it's either good magic, white magic, or it's dark magic, black magic. Okay, so they had to pervert everything. So they knew that the earth is this incredible system of amplification, sound system. The earth is a sound system. This is why sound has such a powerful effect upon everything, including water and the memory of water, which is stored inside of the water. So sound plays a massive, massive role in all of this because it is one of the key frequencies that is amplified by the ley lines. And so now you'll see the reasons why they create everything and where they create everything. Okay, so what they recognize is that these pagan symbols, which we've been taught to think pagans were anti-God, no, they were pure Christianity. They were teaching and living from the night sky, which is God's blackboard. So that is the truth. That is true. Christianity is the night sky. So pagans are Puritans, and they lived purely through God's teaching of the night sky. So pagans are not bad, they're not evil, they're not godless, they were the most pure. So you see, what you've been taught is a complete lie, and is a complete upside down lie. And so all of these ancient pagan structures that existed all over every single continent, every single region within every single continent, there are massive amounts of these key pagan structures. Now, you know lots of various examples. Clearly, the pyramids in Egypt being one of them. And there are infinite examples of various structures, you know, far beyond just pyramids. And they're all over the earth. They're all throughout Great Britain. They're all throughout Ireland. They're all throughout Europe. They're all throughout Asia, the steppes, in the mountains of the Himalayas, in the Far East. They're in Africa. They're in North America, South America, Central America. They're everywhere. What they realized with these ancient structures is that they were tuning forks, and that what they were doing is helping to get the right alignment or the right frequency, and then broadcast or amplified out 1,000-fold. And when you are goodly and godly, this is precisely what happens, because the ley lines are designed to broadcast goodly, righteous, virtuous, pure actions and energy. So when you align yourself to what is, so you want to call that God, that's incredible, it's wonderful, but it's just what is. What is God's creation. So creation is goodly because it's God's creation, and everybody knows this. The only ones that don't know this are the ones that are completely asleep on their feet, the zombies. Everybody else knows this as just a commonsensical fact. But when you align yourself to the right frequency, right, righteous, pure, goodly, godly, motherly, care and compassion energy, your energy, your thought is amplified 1,000-fold. So one righteous person will outdo 1,000 evil people. This is why we've always ever needed, it's not a question or a case of everybody waking up. There is this magic number. There is a certain amount of people that need to be awoken. And a lot of ancients, a lot of you agree with this as well, that it seems to be about 10% of the population. 10 times 1,000-fold pushes it back past 100%. And so this is this awakening that occurs when a minimum of 10% truly awaken and become righteous. So you see, this is why Colleen and I do what we do, which is tell you and teach you the whole truth, not part of the truth, because there are so many truthers that think that they're goodly, godly, righteous people and that they're part of the solution, and they're still murdering animals. They're still eating dead food and dying horrifically within themselves. They're forcing their children to go to these demonic schools. They're forcing their children to go to these demonic religions, and they think they're woken. So Colleen and I may not be the most popular truthers in the world. That's because we took it upon ourselves. No matter what, we're not here to be loved or admired by anyone except for God. We're here to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. And we have told you that from day one. And now today, or every day now, we're getting more and more emails where people are going, wow, it is so clear that you guys have been telling the truth about everything since day one. And I always respond to everybody with the same thing. I told you. We told you from the beginning. We will never lie to you. We'll only share with you the truth. And that truth, we know is the truth because it has to resonate with us inside of us. If it doesn't pass the test of resonating, because it's a frequency inside of us as right and as righteous, we don't teach it. It has to resonate as true, which is a frequency of truth. So this is what we've always taught and what we've always said. So the ancient structures, these ancient pagan structures, were all goodly, godly amplifiers. So essentially what they are tuning forks, essentially what they are concert halls, and that every time that we do something that is virtuous, that is good, it gets amplified around the earth.
And you don't have to tell anybody about it. It just happens.
It just happens. And so this is why bands like, Earth, Wind and Fire, Maurice White and Earth, Wind and Fire, they write lyrics like, every time you smile, you bless a child. And you literally do, because your smile is an action, and an action is a frequency. So your smile is a frequency. It's a number, and you're smiling 99 most high. You're smiling 777. You're smiling 111, which is God's creation
It's
frequency.
throwing a little spark that might light somebody's fire.
Exactly, and it does. And then it's contagious because the earth is made in a virtuous, goodly, godly way. So the more that you do that is truly goodly, godly, which is putting others ahead of your own needs, then everyone benefits. That's why on 9/11, when that occurred, there were meters, readers that were in place on that day. And what did they all find when the first plane hit the first tower on that morning? They saw just a massive dip, a massive downward causation within the collective frequency of people,
like a Schumann resonance,
like a Schumann resonance of our frequency on the earth. And it didn't matter where you were in terms of proximity to 9/11. They noticed this all across the earth, that there was a massive downward causation in our vibrancy. So we knew, part of us knew, even when our conscious self, which was asleep, our conscious selves didn't quite know yet until we saw the TV. And then the TV told us lies. What were the first things that were said on 9/11? No, I saw like missiles. I saw like a cruise missile or something. I didn't see anything. I just saw explosions. I didn't see anything. More people were talking about either they were just explosions, or some people saw missiles, and very few people were talking about airplanes. And then there were key people that suddenly came along and said, "Oh, I saw it all, and it was an airplane." And
They needed a narrative.
who were a lot of these people? They were. My husband is the producer of the morning news on NBC. Yes, my husband is the.
Or I was on my way to work, and I work at
whatever
news.
CBS and whatnot.
Sure you were.
Sure you were.
Okay.
And then suddenly this narrative is the same thing with the Kennedy assassination. There was one narrative that existed on day one, which is kind of all over the place, but it certainly wasn't the narrative that by day 3 everybody just knew, because they repeated the lie. And if you repeat it long enough, people will just get bored of fighting the lie, and they'll just accept it because it's far easier, and their lives are so busy and they've got many, many things to do. The distraction. So the distraction, which takes you out of your frequency, which takes you out of righteousness and purity. So they knew that these ancient structures were goodly, so they destroyed them. So one of the worst things that's ever been done, things that we don't know about. Some things we do, because there are some ancient structures that we see that are that have been, knocked to the ground or only partially intact. They did it. They did it. They did it. They were wantonly destroying these ancient structures or amplifiers that the ancients these pagans were creating to amplify goodliness, so that it could encircle, because we live on a flat disk, encircle the firmament and bring righteousness, high vibration, health of body and mind to everyone. And that's the truth. Now, here's the first really, really big bombshell that you may not know. What did they replace all across this earth, wherever one of these obelisks, whatever these great natural creation structures that the pagans created, what did they replace them with? They replaced them with churches. And in particular, this started with the Church of Babylon. So this is, the lie of Nimrod, Ishtar, and Tammuz, or Baal, Semiramis, and Tammuz. Sort of the same story. It's just the same story, just different names from region to region. And then eventually that got amplified everywhere by Christian churches. This is why by the time of the turn of the century, with the reality and this coming of Joshua, Jeshua, Jesus Christ, and Mary Magdalene, they had to take steps, because what they truly accomplished became legend, and it spread like wildfire because it was the truth. And so they had to nip it in the bud. So everybody gives you different variations of why Constantine did what he did and eventually accepted Christianity. The reason they accepted Christianity is because they couldn't control it, right? There aren't enough lions in the world to throw the Christians to, who are devout in their belief in this perfect one story, because it's fused into a knowingness, and you can't destroy knowingness. You can only attempt to kill these people, and then you're just turning them into martyrs. And that's what Constantine and the demons of the Cabal, the Canaanites, that's what they realized. All they were doing is creating martyrs. So they knew they had to infiltrate Christianity. That's what Western Catholicism, Roman Catholicism is. It is nothing more than an infiltration of what already existed, which is Christianity, the true one story of God, of the Mother, and of Jesus Christ, which is what the night sky teaches. So they had to embrace it. And the first thing that they did is they built Christian churches on these ley lines. Wherever they destroyed, wherever the biggest churches are. So take a look at, the Cathedral of Notre Dame on the Seine River in Paris, in the center, and that grand church, which, just happened to catch on fire, just happened to catch on fire last year. It's a miracle, amazing kind of how that happened. So these grand churches, especially, the big ones, they were all created on these ley lines. So now, this is why they do what they do. So you hear this from Rabbi Finkelstein, and you've heard this in various books, and it is just the worst of the worst. And so what do they say? Boldly, outwardly telling you, because no one will believe it. No one believes it, right? It's just, this can't be real. And they tell you boldly in plain sight that they have been collecting our children clandestinely all over the earth ever since the age of Cain, ever since Cain. So from the beginning, they have been seeking out our children. Why? Because it's the worst thing you can do. And then what do they do to our children? They don't just kill them. They torture and torment them. Why? Because they are creating the strongest emotion within, which is fear. And then that fear upon the altar, which is the sacred point, which is designed to amplify even more in these churches. So all of these acts were being done in the basements of churches or at night in churches, literally upon the altar. They were doing human sacrifice, and in particular, child sacrifice, and always torture, because fear. And this is that strong emotion. And this is what the ley lines for 6,000 years have been broadcasting. So have you ever felt you've just woken up one morning, and when you wake up that morning, you just sort of feel really low, or you feel attacked? You wake up in the morning and you just sort of feel that people are out to get you, and you feel down, or you literally feel sick. This is why. This is powerfully real.
And
Tesla,
the further we fall,
the worse
mass,
it gets.
we fall, we keep falling, and we try to get back up, but it's even harder. They've been completely manipulating all of the frequencies and the energy lines everywhere.
So this is explaining to you why they do what they do, because everything is energy. Everything is frequencies, and the frequencies are broadcast out. Now, here's the mercy in all of this. Evil is counter to God's creation. It's a possibility. It is nothing more than a choice that one can make. But along the line between pure goodliness and pure evil is a great distance. And pure evil only exists in a very small frequency, a very small bandwidth. It's a very tiny area. The rest of the line is getting better, more and more light. It's just getting closer and closer to pure lightness. So most of what all of creation is righteous, is goodly, and is godly. So it's like in Harry Potter. What do they say when they realize that Hogwarts has the room of requirement? It's like Hogwarts wants us to win. The trees want you to win. The wind and the rain and the sun and the moon and the ether, the sky, the air, the mountains, all of the animals, everyone is on our side, because everything is a creation of God. So in the heart of them is goodliness, and they all are on our side. And nature is always amplifying what naturally is, which is righteousness, and it is suppressing naturally. It's built into the system. Dampeners are built into the system for lower frequencies. for evil acts. And so if this wasn't the truth, if what I'm telling you is not the truth, then this game would be over a long time ago. They've been doing it for 6,000 years and we're still barely alive and hanging on. We're down to like 60 years now. Nobody bats an eye at 60. Of course, well, it's just old, just old. That Bible thing, people living Moses, and Noah, he's 500 years old when he's building the ark. He's an old man building an ark and got every animal on it. That's quite amazing. And so that's just crazy because it's yeah, 60, dying at 60. That makes perfect sense. What? If that made any sense, by the time you hit 20, you would just have like crossed our minds.
Well, they tell you
it's like fear on your mind.
They tell you the narrative though that they used to die at 27, 25, the ancients.
These history books that tell you that, just go back a couple of hundred years ago, and especially if you go into these native cultures, the average life expectancy was, 27 or 34, or 45 or whatever. They're just effing lying to you. The numbers were skyrocket high, and now they are plummeting down. And then none of us bat an eye at the 60. Yeah. Tom Petty, 6 days before his 66th birthday, 666, and Tom Petty just suddenly died in his palatial mansion in Malibu. Yeah, that sounds right. There's no foul player. He wasn't John Galton or anything. No. That just makes sense. Rock star with all that money and all that access to truth and wisdom and health. Yeah, he's dead at 65. Yeah, that makes total sense. Come on. So it's just a complete subterfuge. So it started with the churches, and this is why, my friends, churches, Catholic churches, Christian churches, and it followed through the Protestant religion as well. Christian churches have been filled with child sacrifices from day one, because the entire purpose of these evil people is to transmit this dark, lowest frequency as powerfully and as boldly as they can, as far as they can, are with these ley lines. So they've hijacked God's system, but you can't win because you can't take heaven by force, and they can't outsmart God. And everything that they do is being naturally suppressed by God's creation. And every time they do more and more of these dark deeds, they are falling lower and lower and lower. They are having less light in them. And remember, when there's no more light left in you, you don't reincarnate. You don't come back. You exercise life without of you. And you have to work so hard to do this because you're an eternal being. But you always have a choice, and you can suppress eternal life and the eternal creation. And how do you have to do it? You must take the creator out of you. What is God? God is photon. Photon is this pure, righteous light, and they have none. And when you get to none, you don't reincarnate. And most of these demons at this point are not coming back because they have no God left in them. There's no light left in them, and there is no spark of life, which is this recreation, and they will not be coming back. So it is their downfall. Now, we're going to progress through this, and we're going to go quicker here, but it's very, very important. So as you go through this, suddenly, what are all these structures that are being built in very specific areas? Think about prisons. Prisons are always sort of in these weird spots, way out of, this place or that place, or out of a city. And it's the same, interesting with sports stadiums too, isn't it? That they're always way out of town, way over here and way over there. Prisons, schools, sports stadiums, entertainment, production facilities, gambling facilities, hospitals,
Can't read his own.
Yeah, that's right. And anything to do with this creation of pornography, the centers of this creation. That's why you'll see all these things together. So you know that Los Angeles, the city of angels, is named that way for a reason. And then look around you, in and around Los Angeles. What's there? The entertainment capital of the world, pornography capital of the world, Disneyland. Disneyland. Look at all of these churches. There's you, if
Synagogues,
you
for
go,
sure.
if you've ever been to Disneyland, then you've been to Anaheim, there's a church on every corner. And these churches are whopping big. They're monstrosities. And you'll always find the biggest churches on Ley Line. So one of the reasons why California has been attacked and targeted by these demons is because there's a very powerful ley line. And so where does it run? It runs through, runs Los Angeles, then it runs in through the Pacific Ocean for a ways and comes back onto the land in San Jose and runs through San Francisco. So where is this computer industry located? These demonic Silicon Valley in San Jose. Where is just like the source of evil and the center of winemaking in the United States, in and around San Francisco, which, you know, one of the reasons why you have the redwoods growing in Redwood City, you know, north of California, or the beauty of Ukiah, you know, just above San Francisco, is because it's all on these ley lines. That's why that country is staggeringly beautiful. San Luis Obispo, just north of Los Angeles. The ley line is running pure through there, and the olive trees and the olives that are on these trees and the dates are stunningly good because they're growing on ley lines. This is why California has been attacked. This is why horrible things happen to California, because they must dampen the goodness, the natural goodness, the natural vibration of abundance and brilliance and white light and purity that comes from California. It's another reason why California has always voted for conservative values, because there is that frequency, there is that energy naturally in California. When's the first time in American electoral history that California first went to the Democrats? And now you just write it off. For sure, they're going to win California because it's a Democrat stronghold. Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton. Fucking cheaters, fucking liars. He didn't win any of those elections. That little creep didn't win anything. The elections were rigged. That's when they mastered the machinery and the faking of this computerized system. Started with Bill Clinton. And then suddenly, Washington, Oregon, and California, which are necessary for the Democrats to ever win an election, suddenly they are Democratic strongholds. Have to be. And they weren't. They never were. So another one of these groups is political bodies, political institutions. So governing bodies were largely built on ley lines. So what do you think has always occurred beneath these political structures? Pure evil, pure evil. So you go through it. Why are schools structured the way they are? Why has there been corporal punishment with regard to children in schools for the longest time? Why, if you try to write with your left hand, which is an extension of your right brain, why were you attacked? And the parents are just like batting it. Well, come on, everybody's right-handed. I don't want you to be a freak. So I guess I'm with them on this one. You know, I just wish they wouldn't have, you know, made you bleed and broke two fingers.
We're speaking to a lefty right here.
And when
my brother was a lefty.
Yeah, and when they attempted to do it, I have having none of it, having absolute none of it. So yeah. So schools are structured the way they are and put on ley lines, especially these institutions of higher learning. So, and then why do you think there's on these campuses Skull and Bones at Yale and the Deaf Club at Harvard and all of these schools of higher learnings all had these very, very evil cults that were on every single university. And so that is churches, that is schools, that is government centered, hospitals. So we, like I said, we've only scratched the surface. I've told you many things about hospitals, and it's far worse. And always the basement, right? Right? Always the basement in hospitals, because the further you go down, the further they feel it absolves them from consequences with God. So deep down in these basement, dark things have been going on. So if you're thinking that hospitals are just going to continue and, you know, they'll put some more plants in them and that'll fix now these hospitals are going to be razed to the ground, because they are centers of evil. They're the same thing which is happening with Washington, D.C. right now, being purged, being cleaned like Isengard. And again, the same thing with the entertainment facilities, you know, gambling, the pornography industries, they're all located with one another because they're all in these ley lines. That's why Southern California is the center of just all of this evil, because obviously there is a very powerful grid space right in there. And obviously Las Vegas wasn't just chosen by some mobster who drove out into the desert one day. He just drove out into the desert one day and he said, yeah, this would be a great place, you know, in the middle of nowhere to build Las Vegas. No. This is exact science with them. Las Vegas was built precisely where it needed to be. And this is powerfully turning what is good and righteous into very evil.
So imagine if someone's asking what a ley line is. So just explain a little bit about that.
So a ley line is essentially just like the nadis and the chakras. The nadis, they're that's right. They're basically super highways of pure energy. And then they're very real, but they exist in a metaphysical structure. So because they're pure energy, there's no solidity to them. So they exist within, they are in essence, the essence to this physical realm. This is why in science, quantum physics, the more they go in, what do they find? Nothing. They find nothing, no space, because the building blocks of the material plane is God and metaphysicality, which is pure energy, and you can't see it. And so the more studies that they do with physicality and things like atoms and going within, they find vast empty spaces. And that's because the basis to everything, my friends, is energy. That's why Tesla said everything is energy. So the most solid rock of the most solid mountain is nothing but empty space. The further you go in, there's nothing there, because it is a frequency. It is a frequency, and frequencies are numbers, not solid structures or objects. They're numbers. And so when the Bible teaches that you can move a mountain and never lift your hands, it's not joking. How did we build the pyramids? There is nothing in our physical teachings, our physical knowledge. We're supposed to be so smart. There's nothing that gets us remotely close to be able to take structures of that size and that weight and make them
and that precision,
perfect cuts, and then to stack them perfectly. And how any of this is possible, it's not possible within the physical realm. It is possible within the metaphysical realm. And this is why you have to have real kings and queens, Christed individuals that have done the work, that have gone within. You can do it within a pyramid. The pyramid is an amplifier. The pyramids are on ley lines. And then when you go inside the pyramid, and the king in the king's chamber and the queen in the queen's chamber, that's milk and honey like you can't believe. And when they manifest in those chambers, deep within themselves, in complete darkness, they manifest light. And the capstone shoots out that light like laser. And this is what, if you read for yourself, these ancient texts that still exist in and around Egypt or in and around any culture that had pyramids, This is what they talk about, that they would see that like forcible light or forcible energy coming out the top of these pyramids. And that's what the masters are doing in deep silence, which is what God is. God is stillness and silence. The mother is motion. What happens when you have no motion, no movement, and constant motion? God is stillness and silence. The mother is mag, which is constant motion. Constant motion against a fixed object creates friction. Once again, any encyclopedia, any technical manual will tell you the same thing about what electricity is: friction. We are the child. We are friction. We are the electrical static creation of the mother and the father. And that is the basis to the torus field. That's how the torus field works. And every time the mother and the father pass one another in the center of the eternal eight, that creates the X. And X always marks the spot, which is the treasure. That's what we are. We're supposed to be the golden treasure. And that's why in autumn, golden tomb, we go within December 22nd, 23rd, and 24th. The night sky's there to teach you this. No one can obfuscate that for you. You just don't believe it. You're supposed to go in for 3 days and 3 nights so that on March 22nd, you will spring to life. And that is called regeneration. So all of these structures, all of these agencies and organizations that are organized society, that define organized society, like a government building, like a hospital, and like a church, and like a school and prisons, are all structured on these ley lines, because everything is frequency. Everything is energy, which is frequency, which is numbers. And so there is why they attack numbers. And this is why they have to turn them upside down, because they have to get you as far away from the truth as possible. And if the truth is the North Pole, then they have to take you to the South Pole, which doesn't exist. There's no such thing as the South Pole. What I'm getting at here, they need to take you as far away from the truth as possible, which is why they turned Antarctica into a series of hidden bases, because Antarctica is the furthest away from what? The center of the earth. Mount Meru, magnetic north, magnetic
So as
center.
above, so below, as within, so without. The Antarctic would be our Muladhara chakra.
Exactly. And so Mount Meru would represent the crown chakra, the Arctic Circle, which what is the last ring of life that literally forms a ring all around the north of North America, all around the north of Europe, all around the north of Asia, all the way around this north or center is the boreal forest. What is the boreal forest made up of? Evergreen trees. So spruce trees, fir trees, and pine trees. And what are the last trees standing when it gets too cold and too dry? And what are the last trees? Pine trees, with the evergreen needles always pointing north, with this incredible deep root system that goes deep, deep, deep down into the mother, and the evergreen needles pointing north to the Father. And that's why the pine tree has always been this representation of eternal life and balance and harmony. And that is the symbol of Tai Chi, which you think is some kind of martial art, and it is a philosophy. It is like a true religion. It is an expression of truth and life. And they turned it into a martial art. And now it is self-defense, but it started as a philosophy of life, of living. So this is why. So the crown is surrounded by the sixth chakra, which would be the single eye chakra, which is this purity of the pine tree, and the pine cone, which is the pineal gland, pine forest, pine cones, illuminated with fire. What's the only way that seeds can come out of pine cones? If they blaze in flames. That's the only way. And then the seeds explode out of the pine cone.
And how can the seeds of our magnetism come out?
So this is raising Christ consciousness within you. This is the baptism of fire. So why would the Bible write about baptism of water and then baptism of fire? Because you have to go to the boreal forest. You have to light your pine cone, illuminate the pineal gland in fire, and then you have to walk willingly into the fire, of which is the portal to God.
That information forever.
That's right.
Because they've been stealing all of that and turning it upside down for us and inverting it for themselves as well.
Okay. Now the next thing that you need to hear, and this is the whole truth. Next is the Freemasons. Some of you may rail against this because of everything that has been revealed about Freemasons over the last 10, 15, 20 years. So everybody now just thinks Freemasons and Freemasonry is pure evil. It wasn't. It is now, because that's what the Cabal does. They overtake from within and then they turn it upside down. So here's what you need to know about Freemasonry. Freemasonry is all about freeing the Mason. The Mason is Ma, the mother, and son is the son of the mother. So the son of the Mother Mary is Jesus Christ. So the origins of Freemasonry is Christianity. It's pure Christianity. That's why they don't want you seeing inside of those temples, because when you go into the inside of a Masonic temple, it's Christianity. It's pure Christianity. It's the truth of Christianity. Catholics probably wouldn't know this, but if you knew pure, true Christianity, that's what's inside a Masonic temple, and that's what they don't want you seeing. They worship Jesus Christ. So that was the whole beginning. And so now this casts brand new light on those two movies that Jerry Bruckheimer did with Nicolas Cage. And now that casts new light on Nicolas Cage. And National Treasure 1 and National Treasure 2, Book of Secrets. Book of Secrets is the Bible. The Book of Secrets is the Bible. And so now you have to take a hard look. Who played Nicolas Cage's father in National Treasure? John Voight, Angelina Jolie's father, John Voight, who is one of the biggest proponents of President Trump and has mentioned Q on numerous occasions. That John Voight. And now Nicolas Cage, since he did National Treasure, hasn't had a decent movie role. I mean, Nicolas Cage has been reduced to doing B movies.
And also, he was married to Elvis Presley's daughter at some point.
Can you say, John Galted, can you say White Hat? Is that a White Hat production? What did they show us in National Treasure 1 and 2? They showed us the real Freemasons, the real Freemasons. And what did Nicolas Cage's character do when he got his hands on all of that treasure? It has to go back. What did he say? It has to go back to the people. And he didn't ask for any reward. And it was his left brain counterpart that was bitching and moaning and complaining about 1% when they were offered 10%. And what did Nicolas Cage say? 10% is too much. Who says 10% of the wealth of wealth is too much? A righteous, humble, penitent man. They showed you the truth of what Freemasonry stood for. So there are good people, not many, but there are good people within these industries. And now that means we have to take a look at these Jerry Bruckheimer films and what they're trying to show. So why would he have a hand in? Why would he participate in the Pirates of the Caribbean? Because he's exposing Disney, because he's exposing the Phoenicians. He's telling you who these demons are. He's exposing Johnny Depp. You have to have Johnny Depp. Why did they make sure that they got a cameo role for Keith Richards? They have to play a role. Keith Richards is a fucking vampire pirate, and he had to play a role in that. Johnny Depp needed to be the main pirate because he's a fucking monster, and you have to cast these monsters into these roles. And so this is illuminating light and giving you truth in plain sight. And then the Illuminati looks at it and goes, "Oh, that's great, yeah, we love that. These idiots will never figure anything out." So they're okay with it. And this is how you can get truth out of this.
So Freemasonry started out
as true believers in Joshua, Jeheshua, Jesus Christ, and Mary Magdalene, they did. And so in the beginning of Freemasonry, it was all about storing up all of the sacred energy. And this is why. And so now I get questions galore about the Knights Templar. Were the Knights Templar good? Of course. Of course. Everything has been turned evil. That's why you have Leslie Charteris, which was one of my favorite novelists growing up as a kid. And I read all of the Saint books. Roger Moore eventually was cast to play in the television series, which is brilliant. And that's showing you, what was his name? Simon Templar, because the saint is what the Knights Templar were. And Leslie Charteris is showing you, in a system of demonic evil, he's encoding for you what real Knights Templar are about. That's what Simon Templar, the character of Simon Templar, accentuated. What did he do? He didn't take money. He took those that were being oppressed and brought light to them. He brought justice to them. Why did the police hate Simon Templar? Because he solved crime. Who runs all police forces? Fallen Freemasons, the wrong Freemasons. And they hated Simon Templar because he got results. So therefore they cast him as a vigilante. Can't have that. And in the Batman movies, Batman, we got to take this guy out. He's making us look bad. He's getting rid of crime in this town. We got to take him out.
So at what point were they infiltrated?
So what point were they infiltrated?
The Freemasons.
Again, the Freemasons were infiltrated around the time of Adam Weishaupt. And he created 1776. Adam Weishaupt. There are some.
Heard that year before.
That's right. And they've made variations. Some have said 1774, but the official launching of these protocols was in 1776. And that was the Bavarian order of the Illuminati. And this was all asked, the money was all financed. They attribute it to the Rothschilds, but the Rothschilds are just the Khazarian mob. So the Khazarian mob are just muscle and money, sort of these grubby money lenders to the real power, which is the 13 bloodline families in Phoenicia, who are the pirates of the Caribbean, Jerry Bruckheimer. So, so don't give too much power to the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers. They're just doing what they're told. Those families just do what they're told to be able to play big roles in all of this. And the reason is because the 13 bloodline families can't be known. That's why when Santos released it and we followed it up, most people railed against these 13 families because no, it's the DuPonts and it's the Kennedys and it's the Kellogg's. And no, it's not. You know those names. If you know those names, it's not them. They hide. They're the ultimate scurrying rats. They're the ones that built these bases everywhere because they keep out of the light, because they can't exist in the light, because they're pure evil. They're darkness. Get it? Light versus darkness. So it was then. And so you can look at our history and our history books being completely torn apart after that event. So all this subterfuge and the changing of history and all of this evil came about in the late 1700s. And that explains why you have events like the French Revolution and why a warmonger like Napoleon would come out of the French Revolution, because it's all being controlled. It's all about perpetuating war. Napoleon may have been an enlightened man, but he followed his orders. Why? Because he didn't have any power without money. Why did Napoleon, at such a young age, and not even being the most celebrated of these generals within the French army, and he's, truth be told, an Italian, why did he rise to power? Because he agreed to the devil's contract. He agreed to be put into this position and to follow what they wanted, which was total chaos of Europe, which was, by that time in the late 1700s, regardless of what any history book teaches you today, was filled with righteousness, was filled with families, was filled with goodness. And remember, they had the last vestige of the Tartarian Empire was still intact. Where do they constantly attack? The White Russians. The White Russians are the last remaining bloodline of the Tartarians. That's why when you first look to where they attempted time and time again to make this Holocaust lie stick, where did they constantly put it in these papers and say, oh my God, we just found out 6 million Jews were slaughtered and killed in Russia? Nobody bought it. Nobody bought it. Nobody believed. And they tried multiple times in their demonic, satanic newspapers to say, and it was all happening in Russia. What was the whole point of World War I? To isolate Russia, to destabilize Russia, and then to invade Russia. So, for example, who's Karl Marx? Karl Marx, this guy who sat down on the napkin and created this, communism. Yeah, he wrote the manifesto. No. And truth be told, Karl Marx was a rabbi, and it was Rabbi Mordecai Levi. So the real name of Karl Marx is
who learned
rabbi.
that in school?
Nobody.
Who learns this stuff in social studies, history?
So who was Rabbi Mordecai Levi? He was a Hebrew elder. He was an elder in the Church of Zion, and he just happened to come up with communism. But here's the truth. The real founder of communism, the Communist Manifesto, was Adam Weishaupt, the founder of the Bavarian Order of the Illuminati. And that's the beginning of this Illuminati.
They
And
needed a story.
They needed a story. And they needed to infiltrate Russia. And they needed to take down the last light. There are a lot of ley lines throughout Russia. Why do you think Siberia we're told that it's hell on earth and that it's evil? And why have so many terrible things happen in Siberia? There's ley line, because there's powerful energy.
Really good question. Are the Essenes and the Knights Templar the same as the Freemasons?
Yeah, they're the earlier versions. A better way of saying that are the Freemasons an extension of the Essenes, then Gnostics, then the Knights Templar? Yes, they are. And so now I'm going to get to this right now. Their plan all along was known as the New World Order. And you're going to rail at this, but it's the truth. The original New World Order. Now listen, okay? This is really important, and you have to trust us. We've told you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth the whole time. And we're not changing now. This is the whole truth. In the origins of the Essenes, of the Gnostics, of the Knights Templar, and of Freemasonry, was to create a new world order of enlightenment and around the teachings of Jesus Christ. Freemason. What are you? Born free, son of Ma. Where's Libra? Right after Virgo. So if you are Libra, which is woman or man, born free, you're born of the Virgin Mother Virgo, Mary, free ma, son. Do you see how righteous that is? Do you see how beautiful that is? Do you see how astrological that is? That is pure Christianity, which is the teaching of the night sky.
So they've been using all of these as vehicles to infiltrate, to suppress, to dominate.
If Freemasonry is now purely evil, it means, you know this, it means that it was the highest form of goodness. And so this original plan, all the way back to the Essenes, was new world order, order out of chaos. That makes sense. And their order out of chaos doesn't make sense because we don't want to live like the movie The Matrix. Who made the movie The Matrix? Wrap your heads around this. You don't think it came out in 1999. You don't think John Kennedy Jr. had something to do with the Matrix movies? You don't think that the Wachowski brothers, and they just pathetic
Sisters.
they're pathetic examples of changing your it's made to look so bad that you'll get the joke that they're just faking it, right? Look at the trilogy of movies the Wachowskis did. The Matrix, V for Vendetta, Remember the 5th of November, we're almost there.
Very important movie.
And Jupiter Ascending, where there's a small group of elites that have turned the earth into, and they're aliens. Remember, the Cabal are the aliens. That's what the R post says, that they're the real grays. Okay, they're the real aliens. The Cabal are the aliens, and that this aliens have turned the earth into a farm, and they milk and honey the farm to death. And then what do? They bathe in the blood of the purest blood. So they're constantly checking in hospitals. What did that movie show you? Hospitals are purely evil. And what are they doing? Your parents take you to the hospital and take you to the emergency room because you bumped your knee. They're taking your blood because if they don't, they'll be fired. They're all ordered and mandated to take blood. Why? Because the Cabal are constantly databasing everyone, and they want to know the state of you. They want to know your blood, which means organs, because they love the organs, because they can keep those organs alive and pumping more blood. It's all about the purity of the blood. It's all about the purity of the energy, the pure darkness of this fearful energy, which is what they feed off of, which is what they live off of. Because they don't want eternal life. They need to die and resurrect back into these dark vessels. And then it's just a tiny group.
The elites of them probably have an agenda to stay alive as long as they can.
That's right. And because they know, and it has to be precise. It's right down to the second. It's right down to seconds. You've seen this in certain movies where it's a certain amount of time. I was telling you about the Kolchak, the second of the Kolchak movies before the Kolchak Night Stalker TV series. The first one was the vampire story in Las Vegas. The second one was that evil doctor who was extracting the blood from the base of from the top of the skull, from the top of the spine, the base of the skull, and he was pulling this cerebral spinal fluid for 7 seconds. It had to be 7 seconds,
So
and then he had
pulling
this
adrenochrome.
Exactly. He's pulling this sacred fluid, and then there's this precise time, which they show at the end.
And what year was this?
That movie was, the TV series was 74. So that movie was 73. And the first vampire movie was 72.
Adrenochrome.
Yeah, 72, 73,
Kolchak.
74. Yeah.
The Night Stalker.
While Nixon was president. So,
Wow.
yeah, showing you in plain sight this precise. So there is a precise way to do it. Now they don't show their minions. They don't show. So rest assured, they don't show Tom Hanks and they don't show Johnny Depp. No, they hate their minions because they can't stand weakness. What they do respect are people like Colleen and I, but we have to kill you. You must realize this. We can't let you live. We have to kill you. But we respect you. We respect you because you're awake and you're a fierce warrior. We have to kill you, of course, but we respect you. They don't respect their minions. They hate their minions. They don't teach them how to do this process. That's why all of these minions are suffering from being anemic. The double iron, kofefe, the double iron of drinking improperly children's or human blood. And there's no laminin in them. There's no glue to hold them together. And they're leaking to death. And this is the truth. This is the whole truth. And this is the God's creation. So you want to go against God's creation. There are natural consequences built in to a perfectly sublime system of righteousness. And they'll never win. They'll never, ever win. We just let this go on for far too long this time. And we're never going to let it happen again. Never we're going to let this happen again. So they have infiltrated the Freemasons. And I want to make this clear. The original plan of the Freemasons, all the way back to the Essenes, Gnostics, Knights Templar, Freemasons, was the New World Order. This is the all-seeing eye. And that's why when we started 3 years ago, everyone, including, our good friend Mark Devlin, and Mark's been wonderful to us for a while. Maybe not so much lately because the movie looked too real, but we love you, Mark. And
Fear gets to the best.
But that's right. But when we were starting with that, Mark was like, "Are you going to really say this on air? Because it's all evil." And then he was like, "The music industry is completely evil." And now Mark's third book that he's doing on Musical Truth, Volume 3, is largely going to be how there are good guys, there are good Christian bands that have been encoding messages, and then Mark wants.
Thank you for doing that, Mark.
Yeah, and Mark wants myself to write, like maybe he said 3 examples of the 3 most powerful songs, and he'll put that as part of Musical Truth Volume 3, and obviously a tip of the cap for us coming out and showing you, no, the good ones have just had to hide. They've just had to hide, and they encode their messages. So the original order of Freemasonry, free the mother's son, free ma son, is the Knights Templar, is the Gnostics, is the Essenes, and that was the New World Order. Why do you think the Cabal call their plan the New World Order, an order out of chaos? It all makes sense, but their version of it doesn't make sense. None of it makes sense because it's all dark and evil.
But they just take over every single secret society, every single internet group.
Yeah, every political group, and they infiltrate from within and they turn it upside down. That's exactly what they do. So Freemasonry. So now I can happily tell you, and this comes from, and I'll pass all the credit on to Negative 48. And it just confirmed for us our own research, and we researched hard into the founding fathers, and what we found, Thomas Jefferson had to be good. We found Benjamin Franklin had to be good, and we were really hoping, and it looked like George Washington was really good as well. And then through just confirmations from Negative 48 that virtually not all, but most of the founding fathers were, because America was supposed to become, and they all knew this. When America was founded, it was supposed to become the new Atlantis. Now you see, this is metaphysical. This is not physicality. This is why they put pyramids on the $1 bill, not because they're evil. Pyramids are not evil. When we started 3 years ago, people hated us for saying that pyramids are good and the single eye is good and 666 is good. So I apologize, but we're telling you the truth. Promise you'll know this as the truth as time goes on.
The Illuminati has the unholy Trinity.
That's correct.
Pyramid.
That's correct. Yeah.
They just usurp every symbol that was good.
That's right. And so the founding fathers, and even the structure of Washington, D.C. as the all-seeing owl is not evil. The owl is purely good because it sees light in the darkness. And it was always a white owl, which is virtueness and purity of the mother. So everything about Washington, D.C. was not constructed as evil, except the Dick, except the Washington Monument, which was there. And that's why all they've done, they've taken credit for everything, but they haven't.
Tammuz's penis.
That exactly. So they, which is the son of Baal, the global lie. So, and that's the Catholic Church. T, by the way, is for Tammuz. So that's pure, ungodly. It's not Jesus Christ. Their T is Tammuz, and their Catholic Church hot cross buns, the T, that's Tammuz. It's just pure evil, and it's pure Satan. It's pure Lucifer. It's pure the devil. And that's who these people are. So Freemasonry was good. The founding fathers were good. Washington, D.C. was meant to become, founding fathers knew this. That's why your Constitution is the most enlightened document that has ever been created in modern time that has survived. We, the people. And it was to become the new Atlantis, order out of chaos by stilling the mind. And this is why Benjamin Franklin, as a 13-year-old, wrote letters, encoded letters to the New England Courier under the pen name of Silence Do Good. Silence, meditation, do good. Silence, do good. We were meant to become the new Atlantis, and we will. I swear to you.
We're gonna do.
I swear to you, we will. We will. And all of this evil has only forged the fire stronger. It's only making us stronger. It's only going to accentuate our goodliness. It's only going to accentuate the light that is within us. I know it's a terrible, terrible price to pay, and it's caused Colleen and I endless nights of tears and heartache over what's occurred. But to make it worthwhile, to repay these children for allowing them to be separated from us and to then be harvested in the worst possible ways, all they ask of us is to do this right one time, get this right, and then nothing will be for naught.
That's why we're sharing all of this information with you. That's why we're sharing all of this truth with you. And we're asking, just do the work.
Because when you smile, you bless a child. When you laugh, you bless a child. When you speak the truth, you bless a child. And damn you, all you people that say Charlie's got his truth, and his ego runs out of control because it's his way or the highway. No, there's a right way and a wrong way. And I don't have any truth. I'm not wise enough. I just know God's truth. And I'm all in with God, as were the Essenes, as were the Knights Templar, as were the Gnostics, as were the original Freemasons. And now they're the worst thing on earth. Does that sound like someone you know? Does that sound like Adolf Hitler? Does that sound like the czars of Russia, who have been made out to be completely evil? Who's one of the worst people you've ever heard of in history? Rasputin, who personally served the royal family. And he was evil. And of course, he was poisoning them. And he was like 8 feet tall or 9 feet tall or something like that. And he was just purely evil. Or was he a Tartarian? And was he unbelievably enlightened? Do they not turn everything upside down? That's
Russian queen.
That's why, so who's Melania Trump? Gonna surprise you, but it's good. It's all good. Who's Princess Diana? Who is she really? Who does she really come from? Gonna surprise you, but it's all good. It's all good.
And these are all markers. I mean, we
Yes.
are all the return of the king.
Yes.
And we all have that ability to do the work and become the regenerated man, and kind man will reign. It's all of us. It isn't that there are any other special people out there. And it says in the Bible, and we will do greater things than Jesus.
Yeah.
We got a lot of work to do,
And
but
what does the Bible teach? The Bible teaches astrology. The Bible
and wait till we
teaches
find the
gematria.
books that have been cast out
Yeah.
of the Bible, and 888, someone's saying, holy catfish.
777, and they're saying
888.
888, and
Whatever number is higher than right now, which is what.
999 most high. So maybe they're 999.
It's going to
So-
blow our minds. And
So just know that your founding fathers, while they weren't perfect, part of that is also cover. Part of that is also cover. But remember, they were actively working to eliminate the slave trade. That's why they had to go undercover and partake in the slave trade. You just don't know enough. You just don't know enough. And then you've been lied to about everything else. And so the founding fathers of your country have been now completely destroyed in your eyes. And Thomas Jefferson was so fucking enlightened. It's unbelievable. So was Benjamin Franklin. So was George Washington. There's a reason George Washington was the first president of the United States. There's a reason why John F. Kennedy Jr. on the 4th of July stood on top of George Washington's statue at Mount Rushmore. That's why he named his magazine George. Sure, he may have named it for, tip of the cap to George Bush, but that's that duality that he wanted to point out as well. George Washington high, George Bush low, 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 low. What is a bush? Low growing vegetation hugs the earth. George Washington was a redwood tree. Okay, so this new world order was the new Atlantis. And so I think very strongly that this is what Jerry Bruckheimer and National Treasure 1 and 2, we need to rewatch them. We need to rewatch them. We need to rewatch the Matrix series. We need to rewatch V for Vendetta, Jupiter Ascending. We need to rewatch Independence Day, because there are comms and all of these things.
which we're going to do right after.
That's right. We need to rewatch Abraham Lincoln, Vampire Slayer. They are telling you the truth. And if one of the things that I'm proud of myself of, it is this burning passion to tell the true story about Adolf Hitler and about Germany, because what happened to them is just so wrong. But then the more you dig, you just find out they did it to Lincoln, and they did it to, in a way, to John Kennedy, and they did it to the Tartarians, the White Russians in Russia. They did it everywhere. They did it to everyone.
A good man down.
You can't. And the music industry has been filled with bands like America. 3 boys in a military family who were raised on a military base just outside of London, just happened to come together as a band, a trio, and just happened to write the most godly songs.
While the Tavistock Institution was creating its evil, there was another group of people for a very long time with a beautiful plan to take back mankind's power from the evil.
Okay.
It's the age-old fight of left brain, right brain, 10%, 90%.
Yeah. So I hope we've really opened your mind a lot and really helped to clarify a lot of things with this. What we're going to do now is we're going to ask Justin and Eugene if they want to hop into.
You'd have to send a link to them.
I already did. And if they want to hop into if they want to hop into the Zoom room and join the call. And then part of this as well is that we're going to start looking more at the questions as well. Justin just dropped in. So Justin is just in the process of joining. He's connecting to audio and then video.
So this morning I get a message from my veterinarian, and he has, hi Justin, hi Eugene.
Hi Eugene, hi Justin. So let Colleen finish the story, because this is.
Oh, just quickly, I just wanted to share with you that we got I got a message from my vet this morning, and he asked, he says, I have 5 orphaned opossums, and they're just babies, and if you don't take them, they'll die. And I'm like, Okay, I'll take them.
So I mean, Colleen is overworked and
So if it looks like I have a bulge, it's because I'm trying to keep my possums warm. They're just little tiny babies.
yeah.
And they have no heat of their own. Possums are kind of weird that way.
And
So-
they can't pee or poo on their own. They have to be stroked. So Colleen does all of this. You should have seen her. There's 5 of them. You should have seen Colleen with a tube feeding them milk, mother's milk, into their mouths, and they're tiny. And this is who Colleen
I
is.
wonder
This
if
is
I
what
can-
she does.
I'll just see if I can.
So
No.
they exist inside of
They're
you know.
so adorable.
So
They're just little tiny babies.
Oh, that's amazing.
Yeah. They got this little tiny little tail. They're just so beautiful. So yeah, that's what's in my pouch. If you guys have been wondering what I'm.
yeah, Colleen carries around life while the Cabal create nothing but death. And this is that duality that exists on this perfect plane. So what I want to say just before Justin and Eugene jump in is that, so what we've shown you is the truth that Tesla taught, which is that everything is energy, therefore frequencies. And if you understand 3, 6, and 9, then you understand the secrets to the universe. 3, 6, and 9 is the mother 3, because she's the matriarch of the family, Trinity, family 3. 6 is the journey of man to the pineal gland, to activate the pineal gland, to open the portal to God. So 6, that's us, the number of a man. And then 9 is divine, and the vine that rises to heaven. So that is God, 3, 6, and 9. So in everything is encoded 3, 6, and 9. That's what Tesla meant. If you understand 3, 6, and 9, because it is the inner code to everything. And this is the frequency. And so you see all of these frequencies that always add up to 9, which is to get to the Father. And you know, God's creation frequency, what's the first thing that God created? When he created the duality, he created the Mother Earth. Mother Earth, he created the mother, he created the feminine, sacred feminine. And that frequency is 111. 1 + 1 + 1 is 3. That's the mother. That's the mother. Yeah. And this is the 3, the 6, and the 9. And this is the point of everything. Colleen?
Oh, I was just gonna see what these guys wanted to say.
Okay, but I just want to tie up the loose ends here. So again, just speaking to this, that the answer is in this evil that these bastards have been doing, because remember, all of their evil has been suppressed because the earth suppresses it naturally, and that's the only reason we're still alive. That's why we're clinging to these miserable lives of 60 years, because the earth and everyone and everything in it and on it has been fighting for us to keep us alive, because it's important that we stay alive, because then there is no creation if we don't exist. So when ley lines are infused with righteousness, with pure virgin energy, it's almost limitless. It is 1,000-fold transmutated. Then the earth becomes, instead of a spider's web and a gray rain curtain, it becomes a web of light. It becomes a cocoon of light.
Mhm.
And then the earthworm transmutates itself into the butterfly, who literally can fly. And that's what's coming for us. And America was always meant to be the new Atlantis. And trust me, Atlantis is all about flying. How can we get anywhere on the earth within an hour? The Q team is saying in this not too distant future. Well, we'll see. We'll see. So with all of that, I want you to know that everything that has happened is terrible. But now that we know the wholeness of this truth, we're going to turn it to light. This is all about dark to light. And then the children will forgive us. Then nothing was for naught. Nothing was wasted. We will make right through their courage and their sacrifice. We will make right again, and we will never forget what is right. So with that, let's introduce to the viewers left, Justin, and to the right, Eugene. And welcome to the show, my brothers. We love you both so much.
Yeah, thank you guys for having us. And I know many of y'all we've talked about Eugene quite a bit, but we haven't seen Eugene very often. So for anyone tuning in or unaware who this handsome looking guy next to me is, this is Eugene. And yeah, we're glad to have him here.
What's up?
Yeah, but kind of what came up for me, fantastic going through all of that. That was wonderfully done and very well said. You know, very much needed to be said. And what really stuck out with me was this idea that all of these symbols and all of these organizations and everything are inherently evil just because the Cabal has used them and is using them. And that's what I really want to stress, that the Cabal, the left brain, it cannot create anything like that. By design, it has no creative ability whatsoever. So there is no way for it to actually like create an evil organization from the ground up to make a symbol that has any power to it. It doesn't work. So all of these symbols, all of these organizations, everything started out as a divine creation. It started out as this beautiful right brain creation from Abel, from the children of Abel, which is us. And then it had to be distorted. So we need to get out of this idea that everything is inherently evil and get away from them. No, we need to reclaim them. We need to take them back and say, these are ours. This is what we created. This is our divine birthright to have these. But what the Cabal did is they recognized that they were kind of letting some of the truth get out on some of these symbols and things of that nature. So they instilled all of this fear propaganda around the symbols to say, if you're going out and looking for the truth, get away from 666, get away from the Freemasonry, get away from the pyramid of the triangle, get away from that. So you start seeking the truth, but then you fall into this pitfall where you're actually running away from the truth at an even faster speed. And that's the trick. That's the trap. So we really need to remember this as we're uncovering all of these, evil things. We just have to cleanse it. We have to cleanse these things and bring them back, go through the baptism of water and fire, not with just ourselves, but with everything around us, with all of these symbols, all of these buildings, everything. So yeah, I just wanted to really stress that point because that stuck out with me, but that's kind of my thoughts there. You got anything?
Thank you. Let me quickly inject before Eugene jumps in. And so in the chat, I think it was Christine P. Why all the inverting? Justin just explained that to you. So they're inverting true symbols of power, the most powerful symbols like the all-seeing eye, the capstone of the pyramid, the pyramids, the 666, and the Bible itself, which until we came along, most people just thought was complete crap and evil. And that's why the inversion, because as Justin beautifully said, it takes you away from where the truth is. And then where do you turn for the truth? An encyclopedia. What? Who wrote the encyclopedias? You turn to the news. What? Who invented the news and tell lie vision? It forces you to run to them for the truth, and all they do is lie. And I'm sorry to tell you, but if you go back and look at these biggest names within the truth communities, the oldest ones, so you go back to someone like Jordan Maxwell. Look at who Jordan Maxwell introduced to the truth community. Alexander Sitchin and David Icke himself. And these are people that give some truth and then fuck it all up with the most stupid beliefs ever, like there are aliens and the moon is a spaceship and it's abnormally large and they're reptile people and that they're looking for certain bloodlines, which just happen to be the royal families, and then they morph inside of them and then they take over. And remember, you can lay on Jordan Maxwell and David Icke, you can lay the bullshit of the Anunnaki lie and aliens literally to a large within the truth community on their doorstep. Yeah, and Coast to Coast Radio, when Coast to Coast Radio came out, And that was the center, the only place you could find, any alternative news and truth. And so the Coast to Coast Radio is created by the Cabal, owned by the Bush family. Never been the truth. Never been the truth. Sorry to burst some bubbles here, but why do people like that never have any answers? So Jordan, you're brilliant. You know all of this stuff. So what do? I don't. Why are you asking me? I don't know. David, what do we do? I don't know. I don't. You could send me some money, but I mean, other than that, I don't really know. So. Well,
but he says, get off your knees.
Yeah, get off your knees, which is great. But if you get off your knees and you move, you get on your bike or your car and you drive to a cul-de-sac, you're fucking lost. What did you get off your knees for? Nothing. You're trapped again in a circle that goes around, 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 around. That's what lies do. They keep you in that left brain.
That's why they can give you 90% of the truth and 10% of the lies, or 99% of the truth and 1% of a lie. They just have to create a doubt inside of you, and then you're lost in that cul-de-sac for the rest of your life.
So sorry about that. Let's go over to Eugene now, but I wanted to interject that. That's why the inverting, okay?
No, I think it's perfect. And I think it's also perfect that we're watching Europa right now. Like we're watching what happened to the people of Abel and the Aryan race. And it's funny how in the Inquisition, the people will come after you saying they're coming after you in the name of God. Like they're doing God's work here to remove your self-sufficiency. So, and again, why I brought up Europa, it's the same with like the Talmud, right? The fake Jews, the people that have interpreted God's law to their own, perversions, are saying, yeah, we're coming here in place of God to remove this your sinful virus nature, and you need to please leave. But no, that's Satanism right there in plain sight. And I wanted to go back into magnetism, because the interesting thing about magnetism, it is movement, but with a virgin white light, there's a quality of stillness in this movement. So that's why it's called unpolarized, or it's called unconditioned, because it's basically not controlled. It's not being taken advantage of or concentrated to one. It's the whole rainbow, and that's why I think it's important, because I saw this quality of stillness within the Germans, that there was this strong moral nature, and in that strong moral nature there was this clarity. And that the whole thing that was that the Cabal didn't want them to come to this clarity, and wanted to keep suppressing them and energy harvest them. And Patton said we could have ended the war. We could have just marched straight into Berlin, but no, they let the Soviets basically energy harvest. And like Charlie was talking about with like the children, I mean, it was with the women, it was with everyone, and they just killed the old people. So it's absolutely horrific, like to the point where it's like bringing tears to my eyes. Colleen, did you?
That's where the genocide was.
And what a lot of Americans don't know is that that's almost the same level of horror with happening on the Western Front. And what General Eisenhower did with those open air camps, in particular, it was designed for the SS soldiers. Now, remember, when the war was over, the SS soldiers thought that they were going to be treated extremely well because they fought like Knights Templar. They fought with a code and with honor. And everyone will tell you, General Patton told you, there's no better fighting force than the German army, and in particular the SS. There's no better fighting force ever, because they fought for God. Why were the Japanese dive bombers prepared to suicide themselves? Because they weren't doing it for the emperor. They weren't just doing it for their glory. They were doing it for God. They were doing it for you. Adolf Hitler invaded Russia on June 22nd of 1941 for you, for your children, for us. That's what they did it for. This is right versus wrong. This is good versus evil. And thank you so much, Eugene, for having the courage to say those things.
Yeah, also, it's interesting you bring up the Soviets, because they were the exact opposite of the Germans. They played so dirty, and they literally just pillaged and just plundered all the people. They didn't care. And why? Because the whole system was fear. It was just complete hate, like even with the Talmud, same with the Soviets, they're all saying like, we hate the Germans, we must annihilate them because they're just a disgusting race. So all the things that they said the Germans did to the Jews, they did to the Germans first. And Hitler was just saying, no, this is not mankind. We're trying to act mankind. We're constantly letting you guys hurt us before like retaliating and showing you that, we actually care. It doesn't matter because they're coming from a place of violence.
Yeah,
So.
That's why Q often says define projection. It's the same people. It's the same evil group of Canaanites who have just always been there. And it's us, it's our left brain, but it's what happens when we let our left brain go out of control. We turn into these psychopaths, and literally everything's on the table as far as achieving ends, whatever ends our ego's desire wants to take us. We will do anything. And that's where we go if we descend down that path. They're presenting what that choice is like to us, but it is up to us to make that choice otherwise. And what happened during that time period, and just to mention it again, if anyone hasn't watched Europa, The Last Battle, it is a fantastic documentary. It's on BitChute and probably a couple other places, but it is amazing. And it covers just the true history of what happened in the past 100 or so years, primarily focusing around World War II. But it is excellent. And I wanted to stress the point of what Charlie was saying, because it's not just the Soviets. On the Western Front, it was arguably, not quite as brutal, but as many people died. Upwards of 9 million German soldiers were killed after the war in this time of peace under Eisenhower.
Mostly starved.
Yeah, just starved. Just they changed the classification.
Torture. These are open air camps, so they're open to the elements. And at that time of the year, there was an enormous amount of rain and cold at night. And so these strong men of God, these righteous men who did everything in honor, were given the greatest disgrace. And the Americans did this. And also what you need to know, there's a book, I can't remember the title, but it came out in, I think 2017, maybe 2018. And it was telling the truth of the Western Front, about the Americans on the Western Front. It was written by an American, and it is the most dark moment in American history. And so what a lot of these military commanders were being instructed to tell their troops as they got past Paris and into Eastern France on their march towards Berlin was to inflict as much damage upon Europe and Europeans as they possibly could. So these are stories that are just not in history books and not broadcast on the news, but American soldiers were being told to rape and to pillage and loot French homes and French women. And then it continued, and they were partaking in the rape and in many cases the murder of German women and even German children on the Western Front as well. It's as bad as it can get. And it was Patton who basically said to anyone in his battalion and any commander that any of that nonsense that was gone on, Patton was going to shoot with his pearl-handled pistol. He was going to shoot in the head anyone that violated his command, which was righteousness. And you had better show respect. And that's what General Patton did. And remember, shortly after the war, Patton said the truth. He said, we attacked the wrong people in World War II. We should have been attacking the Russians, the Soviets all along. And we should have had the Germans on our side helping us. And shortly after he made that contact, he almost got killed in an accident. A cart got loose on a hillside and almost ran him down, almost got killed. And then within a week, he was dead. Or was he John Galted? I'll bet you my bottom dollar that he was John Galted out of that nightmare. So this plan has existed for a long time. There are good people that have been aware. And who are these good people? Who are the ones who are aware? Clearly, they're the Freemasons. Clearly, Freemasonry was the first thing to be hijacked and taken over. And then they're the ones that went underground. And they're the ones that created these groups. They're the ones that approached people within the military and brought them into the light with the whole truth and showing that Jesus is real, that Mary Magdalene is real, that God is real, that the Bible is real, and that this is Cain, and we are of the seed of Abel, and we must defeat evil. And this is all about Sun Tzu and the art of war. And you must win. Good must defeat evil. So I know for a lot of you, this is really, really hard to hear because best people in history have been portrayed as the worst. And I know this Freemason thing might have been hard for you to hear tonight, but it's the truth. And the original plan of the New World Order was the New Atlantis. And the United States was meant to be. And as someone said in the chat, how close is Armenia? And I'm talking about the literal letters. How close is Armenia and America? Armenia and America. Very close. Very, very close.
Yeah, I'd like to comment on something you said earlier that that our vibrations have a powerful effect on our reality. I would go so far as to say that it actually determines the very fabric of our existence, is like where we're vibrating at. And I think I think Hitler showed this perfectly. It's like he just put uncorruption at the forefront. And what does uncorruption mean? It just means what's natural. So by putting the family first and putting every individual first. And it's interesting how it's not capitalism, but it's not, what was the other thing? Like a total, not a total taking away of private rights. So it was a happy medium, national socialism, or what they called it. So I thought that was great how they were bringing out the individual. And then also, this is kind of off topic, but the ley lines, they're converging energy points, right? And so in Sanskrit, chakra is disc. It means disc. So it's literally like tectonic plates. And so, again, it's just the 12, the story of the 12, because the disc is the disciples.
Exactly. So, it's interesting that the globalists would refer to the continents and the land masses as tectonic plates when the Earth is a thin, round plate. and this is this planet that we exist on. And they just happen to call in plain sight that the Earth was a plate, a tectonic plate. So more truth in plain sight that the average person just chooses not to see. But thank you for saying all those things, and it's true. By the way, what I didn't say it in the presentation, but again, ultimately, what are the ley lines all about? As Eugene just said, it's a convergence. So if you look at them, they're all crosses, and so wherever these crosses exist on the Earth, X marks the spot. And this is where the most powerful righteous energy exists, is on all of these crosses. So I'm sorry if people don't like this because you're a Buddhist. If you're a Buddhist, that's great. You're a Christian. If you're a Hindu, that's great. You're a Christian. If you're a Zoroastrian, that's great. You're a Christian. You're all Christians. The only ones that aren't Christians are Catholics, and virtually most or all of the Protestant religions that are all built on Catholicism. Catholicism is nothing but pure Luciferianism. It is Satan. It is purely packaged Satanism. And that's what communism is. And I gave you the truth tonight that ultimately the architect of everything that was evil in the East was Adam Weishaupt. And that is the origins of the Bavarian Illuminati in 1776. So everything about Washington was designed to be good and righteous, and it's just all been turned bad. It's all been turned evil because that's what these demons do. And now it's our turn to make things right. Who's Melania Trump? Who's Melania Trump? Who's Donald Trump? Who's Donald Trump? Where did he come from? Who's his father? Who does he look a lot like? Who he's identical to? He fights like a lion. Donald Trump fights like a lion.
Could it be General Patton?
Maybe,
Perhaps.
maybe General Patton, perhaps. So this is the thing about the coming of -48. More than anything else, he's a calm. Whoever -48 truly is, he's a calm, and he came out at this time. And so
Now, I heard he was positive 84 before. Does anybody know about that? Does anybody
Yeah.
know?
A lot of, so just on the subject of -48, a lot of people have asked, isn't he doing shows with like Charlie Ward and talking about Simon Parks and all this other kind of stuff? So the only thing that we know about -48, this character, is that what he speaks is the truth. He's decoding what's happening. He's using anything that anyone can utilize to describe these things, but he does it with such knowledge that there's no way that you could have that without some sort of, he's in the know somehow. And so, but as far as what is being done with these other characters that are known to be deceitful, we don't know the nuances of this movie. We don't know how this is playing out. We don't know what's being organized and why things are being set up in any particular way. So that's kind of what we have to go with right now. But based on what he says, it all rings very true. And you can't argue with that.
Well, because it's the art of war, and it's good that we all can't figure it out, because they've had to play this so very close. And like they've said, like Q said, there's a handful of people that know what's really going on.
two hands full.
And that's really good. And we can be patient and do our work behind the scenes and two hands full. So I think that's a wonderful thing. And I know I trust the plan. I feel it.
What -48 is simply showing you through God's language, which is the numbers and symbols, and he focuses on the numbers. What he's showing you is how everything about Donald Trump and all of the nicknames associated with Trump and all of the actions associated when he was president, Donald Trump, are all righteous. So that's not a lie. That is the absolute truth. And all of this relates back to the Q post. And this is what Colleen and I taught you from the beginning, from the very, very beginning. What do we say to you? We said that we have looked at the Q post. There's not a single mistake made. Everything about the Q post has got numerology and symbology down pat. These are goodly and godly, and they are righteous. These are righteous posts. And if you want to know if Q is real, all you ever had to do was read it for yourself, and you would have been blown away. And then when clues that were given about dark to light and invert the numbers and go back and look at these mirrored passages and whatnot, then you just see it is this incredibly sophisticated web of light, worldwide web of light that brings us closer together, not imprisons us. And this is the true New World Order. This is the new Atlantis, and this is where the World Wide Web was originally created to do. And this is all created via the Tartarians. That's why White Russia had to be taken out. Remember, before Adolf Hitler, the worst people ever were the Russians. Was White Russia? They were the best people of all, and they were portrayed as the worst. Once they got taken down, then you have to turn to your next target. Suddenly, it's Adolf Hitler in Germany. Now think about this. Who were the allies of Germany in World War II besides Japan? You had the Axis powers. This is the cradle of Europe. This is the center of Europe, the cradle of European civilization. Germany, Austria, and Italy, all in perfect alignment with each other. And you can't have that if you're the Cabal, because their righteousness would have spread like a pulsating circle, and they would have captured every corner of Europe in righteousness. You think that there was a person anywhere in Europe that didn't want to have the quality of living that the German worker, the average German working family enjoyed? Remember, the George Lloyd Webber, the British Prime Minister during World War I, and quite a quite a famous figure in Europe. He visited Adolf Hitler in 1936, I believe, and he said that this is undoubtedly the most magnificent person I've ever met. And he said what has occurred in Germany is nothing short of a miracle. He said that the average German worker possesses a quality of life that can only be measured in Great Britain by the so-called elite family network of lords and dukes and counts and these royal families. He said it's the only thing that can describe what the average German working family enjoyed. Remember, in my video, where unfortunately we got attacked, so the sound quality is terrible. I'll redo it. But in my 2-hour video, it tells you, it's a great one and very important, because what I focus on is, because Europa and The Greatest Story Never Told tell you so much about the war and sort of the background to it. What I focus on is the origins of World War I, which then led to this period in the post-war in Germany and what was going on, and then what Hitler set about to do. So I give you the machinations of everything that Hitler did. It's so enlightened. It's incredible. So every German working family was given paid vacations, and eventually Adolf Hitler purchased a cruise liner because he wanted Germans to see the rest of the world, to appreciate how good they had it in Germany. And by the way, by doing this, he encouraged people to go to the Mediterranean because he wanted people to learn of the Mediterranean culture, because this is where all of this Christic religion was founded in, and all these cultures in the Mediterranean. And so many German working families, they went to Egypt and they learned about this sacred history of Egypt, which is Christianity. And so it was the most remarkable thing, There was no such thing as debt. So, and everybody had their own house, everybody had their own vehicle, there's no debt, and they're getting paid vacations. They had the shortest work week. The employers had to provide lockers for all the German workers. They were given extended lunch hours because they needed to exercise, healthy body, healthy mind. And this is a nation that promoted vegetarianism. Their first country that passed animal cruelty laws, and vivisection was outlawed, and anyone who attempted to partake in vivisection was 20 years to life in prison. And remember, who were the people who created vivisection? These fake Jews. These monsters were tearing apart our animals just like they were tearing apart our children. It was pure evil. Adolf Hitler saw it and he did something about it. And now I don't know this for on the live show the other night, which is that what we think is that either there was this Jesus strand in Germany, or at the very least, Adolf Hitler went out of his way to invite or encourage this bloodline and to protect them in Germany and to keep them from persecution. So there's no other way to explain the absolute hatred and all-out destruction of Germany. Remember, there was a Holocaust in World War II. It was committed on the German people. And if you don't know that, and if you don't stand up for that, then you're standing up for the worst lie ever and the most horrific atrocity ever. You need to know the truth. Winston Churchill, scum of the earth. General Eisenhower, President Eisenhower, scum of the earth.
And when you do your research, you will discover these things. I mean, and the research has been wiped out in some ways, but in other ways, you can still get to it.
You can find it.
You can still find it. So it's important that you do your own research. And when you do, and you start to connect the dots and you clean up your diet and you clean up your receiver, you can get this, Stephen. You can understand, and the doubts go away because you have a knowing. When you have a knowing, you can build on that. Doubts are fear, and that's just left brain. And left brain goes into fear mode, and then you've lost hope. When you lose hope, you fall further. We're not about falling at all. We're about rising. She's about trying to be comfortable. So we understand how fearful it can be out there and how all this information, if you haven't done your own research, if you haven't done the work, we get how scary that can be. We get what you're saying, but we've done the work. We're doing the work. We're not stopping. We're going forward. And this is where it's taking us. And we're sharing all of that information. And everybody here knows that.
Yeah. Yeah. And at some point, like, you can't fake this, like this feeling, this knowingness, when you get to that space where it's like, this is so God's plan, and it is so much bigger and more complicated and crazy and wild. And I can't possibly try and figure out all the nuances and details, but it is so God's plan. It is so coming together in just that beautiful, harmonious way every day, getting more confirmations of that there's no possible way you could fake this. And even if there were, like, for what reason? What reason would you take it to this extent? There's no possible way that this is not God's plan. It is 100%. And so that, yeah, again, just to echo what Colleen said, if you're not there, then it means you're not doing the work. And to be blunt about it, you need to go within. You need to be cleaning up your diet. You need to be meditating. Receive the word of God. Receive that wisdom from God, and he will answer. He will show you what you need to see. But if you give into those fears, if you give into those doubts, Satan, our left brain, will just drag you down immediately. And it's a choice in each and every moment. So as soon as you start slipping into that state, you will be dragged down as far as you want to go. And then when you decide, hey, I'm sick of being dragged down this far, you can come back. But it's all a choice. Which direction do you want to go? Do you want to go up, or do you want to go down? Like, boil every action, every decision, every thought, every whatever, boil it down to two choices, up or down. Which way do you want to go? Left or right? Where do you want to go in each and every moment? So yeah, that's what I take from that one.
I'll actually chain off of that. And you said up or down, that's literally it. This German society, what we're going to recreate, was a society of others first, was a society of, I see you as the same as me. Whereas the opposite of that is, again, just fear, hatred, and it's a hatred of self. And so in a hatred of self, you're constantly trying to protect yourself and only protect yourself and not protect anyone else. So everyone else is, expendable. And so this is the exact opposite. So in the society Justin's talking about, in this harmony, Har being Horus, Moon being Moni being Moon, and the sun and moon society, we're going to achieve that, where it's service and sacrifice.
Brilliant, both of you, just absolutely fantastic. And one of the things that I didn't share tonight, just simply because the time limit, I want to get the boys on, but a really key thing about the Freemason teachings that most people don't know about is powerfully they taught about sex. Powerfully. And one of the key things in righteous Freemason teachings is that you have to unlock hell, which is the Muladhara root chakra. You have to go to the second chakra. And I've always taught you, this comes perfectly from Santos, but I've always taught you that your second chakra, the sacral plexus, is the sexual chakra. That's where it's located. It is located right at your sexual source. And so the key thing that the Freemasons taught is you cannot spill your seed ever. You can never spill your seed. And that the fastest way to illuminate yourself is through this practice of sacred sex. It's that powerful. Remember, the only real nuclear explosion is the golden spasm, which is what they call the orgasm. And if you allow that orgasm out of you, you do not have the force or the power to push the chrism oil past the blood-brain barrier into heaven upon earth. This is what is necessary. This is what has been lost by this hijacking of the Freemasons, is this sacred teaching about sacred sex. You must harness your seed. Now, one of the things that because of that, I didn't get into, But this is precisely why the Catholic churches forced celibacy upon the priests, because you need to create within these men sexual frustration, and sexual frustration leads 100% of the time to sexual perversion. And this is where the raping of nuns and then children. Why do you think the Catholic Church, and remember, this is just the Zionists, this is the fake Jews, this is the Phoenicians, this is the Cabal, the Canaanites, okay? Why do you think they've made altar boys and not altar boys and girls or altar girls? Why was it altar boys? Because an adult man with a male child is the worst thing you can do. That's why. And so you need to see this and know this, that all of these industries are all established to tempt the very people that are working within the system to abuse their power. Everything is designed for abuse. This is how the school system runs. It's encouraging abuse. It's how religion runs. It's how government runs. It's all encouraging abuse. And then the left brain, and then it does the rest. And you don't have to keep tabs on these people, because their ego and their left brain is running amok and they're completely lost. And then you own them. You absolutely own them, especially when they do things to children. Then you absolutely own them. So you need to know this. One of the key teachings of Freemasonry was sacred sex and never spilling your seed. So for those of you that are relatively new here and you don't know that Colleen and I have been teaching this for a long time, then you need to be aware. In the beginning, you just need to begin by stop spilling your seed. And the same muscles.
You're spilling your essence.
That you truly are. And more than that, you're spilling your essence, which is Jesus Christ within you. You are ejaculating out Christ, Jesus Christ within you. You are.
Which sounds weird unless you go back and listen to the other videos.
That's right.
Raising the chrism oil.
So you have to raise the chrism oil, and the force necessary to rise past the blood-brain barrier 1,000-fold. That's ultimately what crucifixion means, is to rise 1,000-fold. To rise 1,000-fold from the blood-brain barrier and make it to the hypothalamus, which is, the chamber where the body of Jesus was laid to rest. You have to have the golden spasm, which means that you must master. So, and doesn't it all make sense? The golden spasm is the most powerful force on earth. Nothing comes close to that force that is within us. It's the most powerful creative force that exists. You are supposed to be the master,
But you
the
pull it
master.
up instead of letting
You
it
don't
out.
let it out, you pull it up and within. And so again, what does Santos Bonacci teach? What were these Christian schools with Zoroaster in Persia that was making its way across all of Asia and into Europe? What did they teach? They taught in seminary schools. Seminary is seminary schools. Airy for Aryans. These are the sacred teachings of the Aryans, the real Jews, the right hemisphere of the brain. And
So you went to school to learn
exactly. So
how to raise the chrism oil.
exactly. So now one of the great teachings from -48 that's come out is that he has been telling everyone, this is why we just love him, and Miki and everyone else associated, Sabrina, everyone associated with teaching the truth. We love them so much because it's so important. So he is the one that has been teaching that there was always a Lord and Lady Christ. Don't roll your eyes at this. Don't roll your eyes. It makes perfect sense. Of course there is. Of course there is. Look at these other gospels that we know of that aren't allowed in the Bible. What do they all talk about? Jesus and Mary Magdalene were companions. Go back and look at the etymology of the word companions. Married. And Philip and Thomas, the two British apostles, Philip and Thomas, they both noted that Mary was Jesus's favorite apostle, and he kissed her often upon the lips. There's 2 lips of a woman, right? Right? So we talked about the sacred portal of the vagina, the physical. So this whole cunnilingus story that's been perverted with pornography, there is a powerful truth to this. It's all about raising.
Here's Charlie taking
cocoon.
it to the edge again, as he always does,
So-
but he's very, very right.
Thank you, Angel. And this is all about releasing the Kundalini within you. So when Moses in the desert got out of the desert, how did Moses get out of the desert? He cast his staff, he cast his spine upon the ground, and he said, I give up my physicality. I'm all in with Jesus, with God, with the coming Savior. I'm all in with the coming Christ. I'm all in with God. I'm all in with the Mother. I'm all in with magic. And he cast down his rod upon the desert floor. And what did it do? It turned into a serpent. What does Jesus say? Just as Moses cast down the rod and rose the serpent within him, so must the Son of Man. So must the Son of Man. Jesus Christ is the chrism oil within you, and you must raise your chrism oil. You cannot ejaculate it out, because if you do, you're literally ejaculating Jesus Christ without. And that's why, as a man, when I started, on my sexual path, I felt horrific after an orgasm, just terrible on an outward orgasm, and I felt terrible on every level. And I stopped having sex for quite a while because I didn't know what to do. There was nobody there, because there were no more seminaries. There were no more monasteries. What's a monastery? Moon-astery, sun-asteries, moon-asteries, seminaries. Sun teaching you about God, monasteries teaching you about the Mother, seminaries teaching you about Jesus Christ. My God, they have perverted our education into just utter bullshit and took you away from this real truth. So to begin, if you're just a novice, you're hearing this for the first time, the first thing is you must control your orgasm. That is the golden spasm. And you ring the bell, you ring the pineal gland. When you harvest it within yourself, you pull it up and you do not let it out. And you go, well, how do you do that? It's so easy. The same muscles, the peritoneum, the same muscles that you use to not pee your pants in public, because you really have to go and there's not a washroom in sight, and you just got to hold it somehow, and you hold it. That same muscle, that same process of you clenching down below is exactly how. And it's so easy if you're taught this from the youngest of age. And so I brought this up, and I'll pass it back over so the boys can speak about this. But this, I thank Negative 48 so much for bringing this up. Lord and Lady Christ. This proves what Santos was teaching about seminaries is the truth. This is who was teaching the seminaries. Then, and of course, Lady Christ was teaching in the monastery, and Lord Christ was teaching in the sun astery, and then together they were both teaching in the seminary. And Lord and Lady Christ teaching you about sacred sex. And this is vital information that has been taken away from you. And why do you think the pornography industry exists? And why do you think it glorifies the outward ejaculation? Because that's you killing you. You harness it within you, because that is your life essence. That's Jesus Christ within you. And you must raise that white substance to the highest of highs within you, the pineal gland. That's what you must do. So sorry if that's intense for some of you listening, but it's the truth. And this is what the Freemasons, Free the Mother Son, this is what they were teaching. This importance of freeing the chakras. They're not even real. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Okay, Justin, Eugene.
Do you have anything to say, or?
No, I don't have anything right now.
Okay, well, I'll say something then. Well, and it's interesting because these words all go back to the same root, right? Like sacred. So what is sacred is from the sacrum, and this is the secret. It's the secretion. So literally they could just teach this and we would be so much better off, because this is saving the charisma. And right before I talk about Hitler again, this is essentially the essence you need to ascend as a scene. So it's all there. It's the same thing. So it's just one story. Anyway, so what I see as charisma is Hitler when he cornered the Allies at Dunkirk, and he doesn't even need to advance. He's saying, I never wanted war in the first place. Like we are about mankind, we are about peace. And that he actually said that the English are such high class, it pains me that we would have to fight against such people I respect. And I mean, that just says it all. Yeah.
47 peace offerings Adolf Hitler gave the outside world. And remember, during the war, now this is in 1940, and he'd pretty much conquered Europe at this point, and he does a worldwide address in Germany, broadcast to anyone in the world who wanted to pick up the signal, and it was a plea for peace. And he said, Herr Churchill will not listen, the president of France, they will not listen. I am speaking out to every other nation in the world, and I am saying, encourage them to see reason. We do not want this war. And what Adolf Hitler said consistently, we will give back every single one territory except all of Germany that was dismantled at the end of World War I in the Treaty of Versailles. And who were the two architects of the Treaty of Versailles?
Anyone?
Who was the first head of the CIA?
Were they brothers?
Alan
Some would
Dulles.
accuse.
Alan Dulles and John Foster Dulles. And who ran Eisenhower's presidency for 8 years as his Secretary of State? John Foster Dulles. Who ran the CIA? Alan Dulles. Who are these two lawyers from this most powerful Wall Street banking cartel? And they just happened to draw up the Treaty of Versailles. It's a small club, and you ain't in it. You and I aren't in this small club. And by the way, it's the same small club that they keep pushing you and hitting you over the head with every day when they tell you what to eat, and what to dress like, what to think, what to watch. The game is rigged. The table is tilted. Nobody seems to notice. Nobody seems to care. And these are good people. White collar, blue collar, doesn't matter what color of your shirt you got on. These are good people. Everybody just looks the other way for these fucking vampires. And that's what they are. And enough of this shit. And it's time to take back. So in the beginning, don't ejaculate out your semen. Practice, practice, practice makes perfect. For men, just practice now. Okay? Even if it's masturbation, doesn't matter. Practice now. You do not let the spasm control you. You control it. It is the biggest thing in which you must master. It is the highest mastery that you must master. When you master sacred sex, you become a white wizard, Gandalf. And Saruman, who was into dirty pornographic sex, became the wizard of many colors because white can be broken. Fuck you, Saruman. And Gandalf.
What he said.
Yeah. And Gandalf rose to become the white wizard with the white horse Shadowfax, who is Pegasus.
Part of the one story.
It's all part of the one story.
Beautiful.
So they've just lied to us about everything. And I still see comments in the chat where, they've lied to us about most things. No, they've lied to you about everything. My God, the earth is flat. There are no such thing as aliens the way that they've taught them. Maybe there are other pods like ours, but we aren't getting out of this firmament until our house is in order. The firmament, the Sky Dome in Toronto, Canada, the Sky Dome. Why do you think they called it the Sky Dome? They're showing you, and maybe they're saying it can be opened, but it is not opening until we're righteous, because no one's coming to help us. If there are others, they're looking to us to save them. You have to be kind man. That's why kind man knows heaven. And those who are not kind men, you only know the circle. kind man is the ticket to heaven, not some payment to some pastor with some effing church that's effing children in the basement. Nope. It is humility before God. And that's what I love about Negative 48 and that entire his core group. They're all in. They're all in. Justin is all in. Eugene is all in. Colleen and I are all in. Jeremiah and Kira, they're all in. We're all in.
Danny and Dante are all in.
They sure are. And we're all in. We're all in for God. We stand for God. And the only way to make everything that's happened to our children okay, that will allow them to truly heal, is by getting this right. So you must show courage. You must show courage. And I wouldn't teach you about this orgasm stuff if it wasn't true. It is true. Lord and Lady Christ, one of the most important things that Negative 48 has shared with everyone. This is the teaching of the sacrament of marriage.
And you have to look at the fact that the Q team and all the anons and all of the information coming out, they're bringing back God. They're bringing back our faith, our hope. They're bringing back justice. They're bringing back truth. They're bringing back love. They're bringing back the straight and narrow. This cannot be a bad movement, people. I'm all in. And thank you in the chat room for all of you who are all in. And those who are on the precipice, it probably won't be long before you're either over the precipice or you're all in. It won't be very long.
You know, and it's funny because any time that any one of these different groups that we would say attribute to being part of the Q team or sanctioned by the Q team, someone like Santa Surfing or whatever, when they ever say anything about us, what do they always say about Charlie and Colleen? They're over the target. And over the target means you've hit the bullseye. And how it's a miracle. How have we done it?
We told you how we done it.
We listened to God.
We done it by doing the work.
That's right. And then God has told us everything. So like Justin always says, one of the most beautiful things that will happen is that when all of this comes out and so many people go, oh my God, Charlie and Colleen, oh my God, you got everything right. It's like, oh my God, you guys are the most, and it's like, no, we're not. Look up, look up.
We just listened.
We just listened. That's all. If we have any wisdom, it's that we said we know nothing. So that's humility. That's anti-ego.
So the virtues are, you got to do the work.
You do.
And that's why it's so, I've really loved how Charlie has presented everything that he does without really being so concerned with the sources and the information, where things come from, because that's the argument that the left brain, the fear, always uses. It always wants to make you prove it. Yeah, the Canaanites, they want you to prove it. They'll prove that what you're saying is real, prove that the plan is happening, prove that this is God's plan.
Our left-brained people, if it didn't, then it can't be true.
Yeah. And it's not made to be proven. It has to be this leap of faith. And that's where we have to take that. So I know that this plan is happening. And I also know that when people come to me with these fears and doubts, even if they claim they're not fears and doubts, it is your ego pulling you into that fearful, doubtful world. And you can say, oh, but there's this and there's that and there's all this. There's no way that you could fake this. There's no way that this is not God's plan. And I know that. I know that with everything in my being. So yes, to echo what Colleen said, I am all in. To echo what Charlie said, I am all in. And it's beautiful to be all in. Yeah, let's keep going all in. It's the best way to be.
Yeah, I'll piggyback off that. And I'd like to introduce a bit of Krishnamurti's words that all this that he was just talking about, the fear it's just a distraction, right? And what is it distracting you from? That's the question. Because the quality of listening comes only when you're silent. because only when they're silent, there can be sound that comes through. And it's funny enough that sound comes from silence as well. So there's that to it too. And that, what do we call truth? When truth rings to us, it sounds right because it's sound. It's the sound of truth. So
Clarity. It's the clarion call. It's the clarion call. It's funny how, you know, Simon and Garfunkel wrote songs all about the clarion call and about the sound of silence, the sound that emerges out of silence. That's the black sun. The black sun is your optic thalamus inside your third ventricle of your brain, which is black. It is dark because you've fallen and you must rise. And the place that you rise is in the lowest part of the year. December 22nd, 23rd, and 24th. So how have they structured Christmas? Sin, 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 sin. I didn't get what I wanted. I want presents. No, you need presents. You need presents, not presents. You need presence because that's awareness. You need awareness and you only get it through presence. So everything, what do? We have huge meals, worst thing you can possibly do. What do? We eat animals, worst thing you can do. What do? Throw parties and drink alcohol, worst thing you can do. What do? Noisy, noisy, noisy. And we sing, blah, 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 blah. You need silence. The Christmas Christ Mass. Christmas is Christ Mass. He went into a tomb for 3 days and 3 nights. That's freaking silence. Christmas time, Christ Mass time, you must prepare yourself for the stillness and silence. And if you can do this, if you can master the no food and the no speaking and the no thought out of your carnal left brain for 3 days and 3 nights, then you shall rise. I swear to God, this is exactly what it means. When March 22nd comes, the first light of March 22nd, you will not be crucified. The earthquake will sound and you will rise above. That's Passover. Death passes you over. You don't get another notch on your belt. You don't get another ring around the tree. That's how you live forever. But it's a year-to-year deal. It means that you never can stop doing this work. The moment you stop doing this work, you will start to die again. And every year that you do this work, you will not grow old. You will be, you know how so many people say that I'm still 45. They'll make jokes about that I've been 45 for 19 years. That's real. That's real. That's real. When you do the work,
I think it's
you
39.
halt. You halt the advancement of linear time, which is only a belief. And what is a belief? The center core of a belief is a lie. And that's what most people have. They don't know the truth. They have beliefs. Beliefs are lies in the physical form. Be of a lie of the physical. That's not what you want. You need to know. And you only know by doing the work. And this is what Colleen, Justin, Eugene, this is what we teach. We can teach you these things because we do the work, because we've done these things. I can teach you about meditation because I don't know why, but I'm a master at meditation. I don't know why, but I am. God made me that way. So I can teach this.
I have to work a
Justin
little bit
practices,
harder.
Eugene practices, but we're doing the work. We don't talk about anything that we don't do. So why am I the guy that figured out this takedown of the cabal from A to Z? Probably because I do the work, because I have clarity of vision, because I did the work. That's probably why.
I knew where to research.
And it doesn't make me better than anyone. It just means that I did the work. That's all. And that's all Jesus is asking from you. This ridiculous notion that you are a sinner. And it's okay with the Catholic Church. You just have to sign the card and say that Jesus is your savior and give them 10% of your money forever. And that is the worst lie. You must not sin. What does Jesus say in the Bible? Don't you cast that first stone. Don't you dare, because you've all sinned as well. You show compassion because you're all sinners. Now go forth and sin no more. That's what Jesus taught. That's not what the Catholic Church teaches.
Or
they're Satanists.
When you know better, you do better.
You do better. So in the remaining time that we have, why don't we open up some questions. Justin, Eugene, Colleen, they can all look into the chat, and those that have got some pressing questions, we'll try and answer those in the remaining time that we have. Christine asked, where did Hollywood go? Did Trump turn them in? Yeah, Hollywood has been no more from early in 2016. It's one of the first things that they did. Ever since, there's been a new Hollywood, and it's been working overtime. And a lot of these good actors that are in Hollywood are having to play multiple roles. And so they have been working their butts off to put masks on and to play tons and tons of roles. And so this new Hollywood has been working overtime because there's a lot of films that are in the work that are going to be teaching and telling this story and showing you the truth about what truly is. So I'll answer that one. And Justin and Eugene, you guys jump in.
I got distracted with the chat. What was the question?
No, just pick questions from the
If
chat.
there's questions.
Yeah, so I know there was one earlier by Burger21 Burger asked, how do people have babies if they're not ejaculating? So that's
Great question. Justin, take it.
I'm gonna have to leave, and I'm just gonna say I love you all and thank you for such a wonderful evening. But I have to go feed my possums.
Love you too, Colleen. Have a good night.
Bye.
You all.
Yeah, so that's a fantastic question, and it's one. So to put it simply, it's immaculate conception is how it happens when we fully trust the process, trust the plan. That's what occurs. And what we've been lied to, what's been distorted, is how many immaculate conceptions happen on a regular basis. And if we actually got into our intended state of being, they would happen a lot more often. But when we take this sort of forceful approach, and it's when you start the ejaculation that's going down the left-hand path, which is like it's starting to get in line with like rape, and it gets to that level. You're trying to steer your reality. You're trying to say, I don't have faith in God. I'm gonna take it into my own hands and do it my way. And that's the wrong way. Whereas if we were practicing the sacred sex, there would be divine children immaculately conceived on a much larger scale. And I even think that we don't see it very often because everyone's having kids too early. We're all having kids way too young. We should be living a lot longer than we are living, and we should be spending this first portion of our life to really get to know ourselves before to get to know this process, to go through the hero's journey, to experience that period of wandering, to come back to the truth, to find the Sacred Mother, to perform that sacred union, to do all of this internally before we even think about having children with a person, with another woman or man. And so that's kind of my take is, once we start to get this process right, we're going to see this a lot more often, and we will just get to have this faith and this trust. Like, God knows all our heart's desires. He knows everything that we want. If we want children, and if that's meant to be for our path, it will absolutely happen. But what better way than to give it all to God and say, I put all my faith, all my trust in this process, in this plan, and to let go of that. And that's the true miracle that we will get to witness to do this, which is amazing.
And that God is there. When the sex is God full, it's good full, God is there. He's with you. And it's one process, it's a Trinity just in there. And he's facilitating. The opposite is godless sex. And he's not there. And you're losing him, and he's losing you. So yeah. Beautifully said.
Yeah. All right. Did you have anything to add to that, Charlie? Do you want to go to the next question? You're muted, by the way.
Yeah, just really quickly, everyone. What Justin said is absolutely true. How are you supposed to have babies? You're supposed to have them through immaculate conception. What no one seems to be picking up here is that we are literally supposed to be, man or woman, Woman, you're supposed to be Mary Magdalene. Man, we're supposed to be Joshua, Jehoshua. We're supposed to be Christ-like. We are supposed to be Christ-like. Clearly, this is the case. And so, who were the first champions of the teachings of Jesus Christ? The Essenes. And they are essential. And Jesus Christ is the essence of you. He is, why did they call him our salvation? Because he is the rivers of salt within us. And start looking around the body, and your saliva is salt, and your semen is salt, and your urine is as alkaline salt. So the 4 rivers of the Garden of Eden are the purity of Jesus Christ within you. So this is the way. And so, like Justin said, one of the biggest mistakes we make is start early. No, you're supposed to traverse this earth. You must learn this earth. And so that takes a long time. So, and remember, when you do these things and you live righteous, you're going to live a long time. So, what if I traverse the earth and I return home at 40? Well, I don't have time. I don't have time. And as a woman, you can only have kids for, oh my Lord, stop believing these liars. Doesn't the Bible teach you and show you that even the most barren desert womb can be filled with the river of life again within it? Yeah, Isaac, happiness to Sarah, serotonin, the happiness secretion. So miracles can happen when you believe they can. When you know they can, then the miracle comes back into you. Do the work. Do the work. So how do you get pregnant if you don't ejaculate? God, let his seed, not the demonic one. What have I taught? What happens to our semen if we ejaculate it out? It goes from the most alkaline substance into the world into one of the worst acids in the world. And that's on purpose. So when you ejaculate out over your feminine partner, you are desecrating the sacred temple of the mother. You are. The symbology cannot be lost here. And yes, it's metaphysical, but it's literal as well. Everything is as above, so below. So this is the key. It's all literal and symbolical. It's all allegorical and literal. So we cannot do this process. Thank you both for saying those things. And again, Justin got it absolutely right.
Beautiful. So we had a question from Coach Kathy. What about the Mormon Church? I feel they're a reflection of the Catholic. So it's my understanding that the Mormon Church tried to kind of break away from the normal story for the right reasons. But again, they were distorted quite quickly and turned towards pretty nefarious child harvesting and all of that good stuff. So, but I don't have a ton of knowledge on that matter.
Well, the Mormon Church is tied to a certain person, and look who that certain person was best friends with. So the founder of the Mormon Church was best friends with Wild Bill Rockefeller.
Wow.
And the two of them were running amok in Pennsylvania and New York State. They were always on the run because they had so many palimony suits against them. Hence to Mr. Smith, Mr. Joseph Smith, hence with the Mormons, you can have more than one wife. Why? Because he was chased all the way to Utah to get away from the authorities because he had so many women filing palimony suits against him because he got women pregnant and then abandoned families. So they had no money, lots of kids, but no money. And so this is the basis to this Mormonism. So it's been evil from day one. Mormonism is nothing but a Rockefeller, Rothschild, left brain, carnal, Canaanite monsters. Always has been. And they didn't build jack shit. The Mormon tabernacle and temple is all Tartarian structures that were already there, and they just took credit for it because that's what liars do. That's what liars do.
And liars are divided. That's why they have to go to denominations. That's why they have to be in these labels that are specifically designed to separate us. And someone said, did Jesus really, come to earth? Are you here? Are you alive? Are you experiencing the miracle that is now? Because Jesus is within you. And yes, there are these Christed ones that come and lead the way, but the story, the most important story is you, is just this experience of now. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, there may have been a historical figure, Jeheshua, that the modern Jesus Christ is based off of, but it's an allegory. It's a representation of you, as Eugene just beautifully put. It's not to be taken literally. We're not supposed to choose some other figure out there and have them be our savior, the link between us and God. No, it's showing us the way. That's why Jesus is the truth, the light, and the way, because he's showing us the way to follow to connect with God. And if you personify Jesus as this physical figure and say that that's God and I'm going to worship that, but there's also another God, but I'm going to put this Jesus figure in between me and that God, you're practicing idolatry. To be very blunt, you are practicing idolatry when you start to play this game. And that's what they've tricked the entire organized Christian religion, if you can even call it Christianity. They've tricked them into this false idolatry, and they have no idea what they do. But it's not good. It's not good, and it's definitely not effective at getting in touch with God. And that's why so many people leave churches. They feel discouraged being in churches. They never gain anything with churches, because they're all teaching the same bullshit. They're all pushing the same literal interpretation of the Bible, of the story of Jesus, and pushing this worship savior mentality of idolatry, which is all it is.
Which is an image, and whatever is in between you and you personally experiencing God is an image, is blocking you from actually, entering within. And that's what the whole Pharisees and everything is. So precisely.
Yeah. That's beautiful.
Oh, actually, I want to bring up the Enterprise thing, the Star Trek Enterprise. At one point, they're describing the nucleuses that were forming all over the neurons or whatever that were forming all over. And they were pointing to the ganglion and saying consciousness is something that's beyond the parts. And that's exactly what Christ is, or Jesus Christ, or Christ Jesus is your consciousness that is beyond time. It's not bound by anything. And they constantly want you to be bound by something. So they'll make you accept conditions, but your true nature is unconditioned.
Yeah, absolutely. Both of you again, absolutely, perfectly true. Thank you both so much. There's a comment from Smalls in the chat, and it says, are we to believe that God kept his simple English gematria coded language hidden, but now is revealing with -48, who has no history until March 13th? So what, Colleen and I haven't done anything for 3 years. That's all we've done. That's all we've done is to reveal the sacred numerology. It's one of our first podcasts, and the sacred symbolism that is God. Now, we learned that predominantly from a number of sources, but predominantly from Santos Bonacci and Bill Donahue. And then Santos Bonacci learned that from a variety of sources, but predominantly from Bill Donahue. And Bill Donahue learned that from specific sources. And remember, these are all these people that are the goodly Freemasons that had to go into hiding. And they are the Gnostics, and they are the Knights Templar, and they are the Essenes. And so, hey, Smalls, it's been around forever. It is the greatest hidden truth, because they don't want you knowing the secret to God, the kingdom of God. What does Jesus say everywhere? But, famously in Luke 17:21. The kingdom of God, when he's talking to Nicodemus, is not revealed out there. The kingdom of heaven is within you. And this is what all of the symbolic numbers teach you. And this is the one story. This is the book that I'm writing. So I've lived this for 3 years, and now I'm qualified to be able to write the book on this one language. Like I said, it's incredible. The greatest thing to help bring awareness to the book that I'm writing on gematria and the sacred symbolism of God's coded language is -48 coming out. He's just confirming everything that I've done, which is confirming everything that Santos has done, which is confirming everything that Bill Donahue has done. And this goes back to the Freemasons, the real Freemasons. It goes back to the Gnostics and the Essenes. This has always been around. You didn't know about it because you're only listening to acceptable sources of information. Those are the lies.
Yes. And I want to say letter too. I mean, that's an interesting word because it's a letter. So God's giving you a letter, but it's also our alphabet. So, I mean, it's always been here. I mean, I think Pythagoras said the secret of the universe is in numbers. And then I think Zohar said it's in letters. That's precisely it. So it's a message. It's Hermes. He's
Yeah, and truth be told, it truly is the alphabet, because that's the one story from A to Z. The numbers come out of the alphabet. A is 1. This is what negative 48 teaches you every night. Simple gematria is A is 1, B is 2, Z is 26. So it's the one story. And then, you know, the confluence of the entire alphabet is 351. You just add all of them together and it's 351. Then look at all the words that you can make, or the expressions that you can make that come out to the gematria of 351. They're stunningly beautiful. That's what he's saying. And when you constantly see what these miraculous numbers that are coming up, it's JFK, it's John F. Kennedy again. And boom, that's this one. And that occurred on the day that Trump did this, which ties into Q post this. And if you go to the opposite of Q post 1440 and you go to then it said this, and that ties back. And so the gematria of that is this, and that ties directly to the Bible. So what you're seeing everywhere with God's gematria, that it's tying in these specific figures that are here. They're all meant to be here. And so when you look at this, and this, all this does is just melt Colleen and I, and it should for Justin and Eugene as well, because they're a huge part of this as well. But all this does constantly to Colleen and I, it shows both of us. And I've shared with you, you know, my entire life and what it's been like, and only reading specific things and only listening to specific. My entire life, God has guided me, because somehow, some way, he thought I was worthy enough to play a role in this. And as I always say, this is the greatest gift ever. I don't need anything else, just to be chosen to play whatever role that I've played through this, and you know, to bring to millions of people that God is real, the Bible is real, and this is the truth of the situation. It's an honor that just humbles me to the core, and I don't need anything else. I can't believe that he chose me and Colleen to play these roles. And Colleen's life story is very much like ours. We were alone for much of our lives, and it made us go within ourselves, and it helped us to create that temple within. And this is where everything comes to us is, and in the beginning, when we started, I was very reticent to share this information in terms of where we were getting all this stuff, because I thought people thought we were nuts enough as to begin with, let alone saying that everything is coming from God. It's only over time that I've slowly allowed this wholeness and the whole truth about where this stuff comes from, and that it just comes from God. It does, and that's why you'll never see me ever lauding myself as some kind of champion or better than anyone else. Nope. I just was wise enough to say that I know nothing, and God, please show me the way. And then he powerfully said, then you must know who Jesus Christ really is. You must find who the real Jesus Christ is. And I believe very strongly that that's another gift that Colleen and I have shared. And it's a gift that a lot of Christians don't like, and they don't like us for it, because what we've taught is different from what literalist Christians have been told and taught about Jesus. And so what have Justin and I done? We've gone directly to the Bible to go, see, this is the truth. And this is in Jesus's own words. So it's all a miracle.
Truly is. Yeah, we had one question asking when we're going to do a show with Negative 48. So I've reached out to him and I haven't heard anything back. If anyone has a contact or way to get in touch with them, you can let them know that I've reached out. But yeah, we're just waiting to hear back. Hopefully soon.
Yeah, and honestly, because everything is moving forward at such an incredible pace, if Negative 48 and their crew, if they don't have the time to do this, then don't worry. It's not necessary for Colleen and I to do this. Thanks to the graces of Justin, I was able to just have a short little chat discussion with, and that's more than enough. By coming to our group, it's not awakening anyone. You already know. If you're here, you already know these things. So it's going to a Charlie Ward group that has more value because they don't know. They don't know these things. It's more value going to Simon Park's crew because they don't know these things. So right now, it's about showing people and overwhelming people with this beautiful Christic truth and this purely righteous truth that he's simply showing you through simple gematria. And so that's far more important. We don't need any one-on-one. So it's not necessary. Justin will try and he'll continue trying to do that. But if they don't have time for this, it's not an issue. Again, the biggest thing is they've continually featured our podcasts as essential things to be watching and focusing upon, including the takedown of organized religion from A to Z. I know a lot of you know me from the takedown of the Cabal from A to Z, but I did the podcast on the takedown of organized religion from A to Z. That's a controversial video. It's all the truth, but it's very controversial in that video. And it just tells 26 passages in the Bible of Jesus Christ telling you the truth of what God is and where the kingdom of heaven is.
And again, Charlie and Justin know about the story because they're both rooted. They know their roots. And it's interesting how roots can also be looked at as radicals. The root of words are so radical. And that this is exactly the knowledge they don't want us to know. They don't want us to know the language of us, which again is the alphabet.
And root backwards is Tor.
Exactly. It's the story. It's the creator. I saw some people talking about Tor. It's the Tori. It's the Trinity. It's Father, Mother, Child. It comes together. So we're all about converging. We're all about uniting, not dividing here. So
yeah, there are many paths to get to the same one straight and narrow path. There are many wandering routes that we can take to get here, but they all lead back to the same space, and it's all the space that we want to go. Just going back home. We're just going back home, and yeah, there and back again. A Hobbit's tale.
Yeah, so somebody made, I think, probably a sarcastic comment about, so, you teach about meditation, but not raising children. Well, we've done shows about raising children and about creating children. But if you meditate, you'll know. Meditation is silencing your mind. God is stillness and silence. Benjamin Franklin, as a 13-year-old, was writing letters to the New England Courier under the name of Silence Do Good. Silence does good. Silence do good. Silence is golden because silence is God. God is stillness and silence. Why the earth is level. That's why the earth is protected by a firmament. It's why the earth has never moved and will never, ever, ever move, because that's God. God is all of those things. And that's the level truth. And that's what being on the level is all about. So
yeah, had one question, is Ghost Ezra on the level? So same kind of thing as the response to Negative 48. What Ghost Ezra puts out is the truth, and Ghost Ezra is willing to go spaces that no one else in the truth community besides us here were willing to go, as far as talking about the real story about Adolf Hitler and the level Earth and a bunch of other hard-hitting truths that a lot of other truthers weren't willing to touch at all. So that same sort of thing, I don't know for certain what are all the nuances to this movie, but I do know that he was putting out truthful information in his posts, and that's what I'm going off of. But
that's absolutely true. So the one that got it all right before was 3 days, 3 nights, but he was taken down just hours after Colleen and I were taken down on the morning of January 7th, right after the night of January 6th. And Trump was taken down at midnight. We were taken down at 2 a.m. And I think 3 days, 3 nights was taken down around 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning on January 7th. And so he told the truth. He no longer exists. And thank goodness, because Ghost Ezra came. Everything Ghost Ezra has posted, we can verify as absolutely the truth. He's that one person. We believe also Silence Dogood. No coincidence. We love Silence Dogood as well. He plays a different role. He has a master's business administration. So he has a more sort of financial, economic perspective to things, but he touches on everything as well. And he has been essential in this teaching of the value of silver and the precious metals, in particular silver and gold, but in particular silver. And I think that Silence Dogood has only ever told the truth. Now, we love Santa surfing, and we believe very strongly that Santa surfing has been asked to do this, and this is not what probably she really wanted to do, but she is such a trooper, and I think that she's done an amazing job. But since January 6th, Santa surfing has put out converging posts. Now, that's only because she's being asked to do this. So there is confusing information, but she's playing a role. This is a very, very necessary role. So Colleen and I don't think for a second that suddenly Santa surfing is just introducing lying into her repertoire. No, she's playing a role. And so we love Santa surfing so much. But remember, she has been asked to play a very vital, important role in all of this, and God bless her so much for the wonderful job that she's done. So, and in the beginning, Justin mentioned defined projection, and then there was who was the other one? Did a lot of videos, but they're the names of specific accounts, and these have always been tied directly to John F. Kennedy Jr., to the Q team, and but they've been all taken down over time. So Ghost Ezra. Yeah.
Yeah. Jesse just asked, have you and Colleen been asked to do this?
By God.
No. We've told you the truth. We've not hidden anything. We've told you the truth from the very, very beginning. All that Colleen and I are 2 kids from Canada, and we just wanted the truth. That's why our first video series on Freak Sense TV was a 7-part series that was everything you know is a lie. Now, would you like to hear some truth? We tackled it all. Dinosaurs, vaccinations, everything we tackled in that series. And so we started like a blaze of fire, and we've only gotten hotter through this process. So, and for some of you that may not know, we've had bizarre, crazy, bizarre things happen to us during this time. They're absolutely real. We only teach you the truth. So we've been attacked at gunfire 10 times. We've had our entire Patreon. Patreon is a system of helping you to get patrons. So this is for our animal rescue sanctuary, and which is very necessary with the possums, the 5 new possums. That puts us at 61 animals here. How are we supposed to pay for all of this ourselves and save humanity at the same time? So, and Patreon took down both of our accounts. So we had over 600 patrons on both of those 2 sites, and that was covering all of our expenses with the animals. and they took it all down. And then PayPal 3 times has seized our account and threatened to take away all of our money, and then will not let us get a hold of them. They wouldn't accept phone calls. They wouldn't accept emails from us. And they kept saying this date is coming, and if we don't get a hold of them by this date, then they were going to just close the account and seize the funds and stuff. All along, someone has helped us. Like I said, when we were being shot at, and I finally came forward and told everyone that this is insane, we're being attacked, and this isn't just somebody, this is all planned out, this is all well done. And then suddenly that that happened on a Friday night. That was a Q&A when I called this out, and I was sick and tired and angry, and I called it out on that Friday night. Monday, we had a helicopter in our valley. Justin and Eugene can tell you, we live in the middle of nowhere. There is no reason for a helicopter to be here. And that helicopter was here for 4 days. And for the first 2 days, it came for about an hour, hour and a half, and it just did circles around the valley. And on the 3rd and 4th day, it began to go up really fast, and then it would come down really quickly, and then it was clearly chasing someone or something through the valley. And then after that, the helicopter stopped, and we weren't attacked again until Halloween night. And that was quite a long time after. And then when Sinead moved in just up the road from us, and everyone was quite worried about Sinead and Dante being by themselves just up the road from us, that night when I walked Sinead and Dante to the house, and I stayed with them for most of the night, when I walked them back, when we got outside Sinead's front gate, in sisal rope, in white sisal rope, there's a queue right outside her front gate. That is the truth. There was a queue made of sisal, which is like natural Mexican fiber. I think that comes from one of the cactuses here. And in white, there was a queue. So then that night, Sinead had a drone. And that drone literally came over the wall and into her property for a little while, and then it ascended up. And that drone stayed above her house, above the sort of the area where we are, stayed for about 4 months before it went away. And Colleen can attest to this as well. We've had many drones over our house. I point them out to Colleen all the time. So we're just 2 kids from Canada. We've hit a sore spot because we tell the truth, and then we've attacked certain names, certain people and stuff, because we're sick and tired of liars and lying. And it's put us, I believe, in harm's way. But every single time we have been rescued or helped in some way. So you have to ask yourself, ultimately it is God, but God works in mysterious ways, and there are various groups and agencies that do his will. So that's all we are. We're just 2 kids from Canada. That's it.
Yeah. There's some chatter about addressing the vaccine issue again, like why people are getting hurt, and we've talked about this quite a few times on these shows, but it seems to be at the forefront of a lot of people's minds, and it is definitely one of the main culprits of the fear that can sink in and steer you down whatever path of doubt, and it's certainly there. But again, with this movie, we don't know what all the nuances are. We don't know why things are happening. And while it's a movie being played out at the highest levels, it's also there are real consequences to our actions. And what we've done within this way of being is we have completely abdicated our freedom and our ability to think and care for ourselves. We have let go of all trust in God and said, hey, no matter how much information is out there that these vaccines are harmful, I'm still going to go and take it, or I'm still going to go make my kids go and take it. And so with that, we invite a lot of negative karma that has to be balanced. And so everyone is going through the exact perfect scenario for them to go through in order to right the ship or give them an opportunity to right the ship. And if that requires you to be injured via vaccine, or for you to injure your child, for you to snap out of this stupor, then that's what it has to be. But it's not for us to decide that, because we can't just rely on some savior. We can't just rely on someone to come out and say, hey, the medical industry has been wrong all along. They've been these evil people and we're going to save you and take care of everything. Because if that happened, then we would just be right back in the same issue. You know, and that's what they're counting on. They really want this to happen too quickly so that we don't really learn anything from this. We don't learn our lesson. We don't come out of this stupor. And then a few years down the line, we are right back in the same issues. Once again, they're rolling out some other they're dangling some other carrot at the end of the stick and say, hey, come get this shot or injection, put on this microchip or whatever else. And we would just blindly follow it. Yes. So we have to actually experience pain to break free of that spell. Unfortunately, I wish it were some other way, but it has to be experienced in this blunt of a fashion so that we break free of this karmic dark spell that we've been put under. And you know, it's a hard pill to swallow. It's hard for people to wrap around that, because we don't want to think that way. And you shouldn't want to think that way. But that's what's playing out. And it has to be that way. Like if you're having trouble seeing it from your vantage point, go upwards, look from a higher point of view, go climb a mountain within and look out and see that it's all happening for the exact reason that it needs to. And anytime we try and introduce these doubts and fears, we're again trying to separate ourselves from it. And that's only going to pull us further down. So don't do that to yourself.
So let me just address this again. So first off, President Trump basically said that, you know, as president, I'm the father of the country and I'll never let you down. And it's promises made, promises kept. And so during those 4 golden years, that was gold. He was the man with the golden hair. And so that was a golden era of taking back from hell on earth to heaven on earth during those 4 years. And then he had to go for this evil to roll out, because this is the movie in full force. And this is the movie showing you how bad things are. And you have to see it to believe it, because you simply won't listen if you're told. And why are things bad, so bad in Australia and New Zealand? Because for whatever reason, those 2 countries have chosen to just overlook the worst possible things happening right underneath their noses. So I'm just saying, you know, we were all asleep, but I'm just saying that's why. And Canada got picked on hard, rightly so. Canadians are asleep. And those countries that are the most asleep have been hit the hardest, because you've allowed your left brain ego to just tell you, not my business, not my business. Kids on milk cartons, it's probably not true. It's probably not true. You know, drink Coca-Cola, watch Simon. Simon says it's all good. Everyone's got their own truth. And this is the kind of shit that happens. So when President Trump was president, what did he say to you? I didn't get the jab. None of my kids have the jab. I don't believe in the jab. I'm rolling out the vaccine as fast as I can, because remember, he's the president of the entire country, and you have hundreds of millions of Americans screaming at him to have a vaccine. So what did he say all along about the vaccine? We're going as fast as we can, and we're making this as safe as possible. We're testing this. We're making sure that it will work and that it will be safe. So nobody wants to listen to Trump when he was president. What did he say? He went through the charade, both he, Melania, actually, and who's their wonderful boy again? Love him so much. Barron. And Barron even had the COVID as well. So they didn't. There's no such thing as COVID, but they went through that. And Trump and Melania were locked away in a tomb for 3 days and 3 nights. And when they came out of it, they were cured. And Trump said, I've never felt better in my life. And I attribute it to hydroxychloroquine and something called Regeneron. Regeneron, resurrection, regeneration, Regeneron. And it's so good. And I believe in it so much. I'm going to make it free for any single American that wants it while I'm president. I don't want to listen to President Trump. I don't want to listen to President Trump. I don't want to listen to President Trump. Okay. Then I told you on that podcast, the night we got shut down, the night of January 6th, during the daytime, Justin and Siobhan, they were at the big rally for President Trump in DC. It was amazing. And then all those evil ones, all those wonderful QAnons suddenly turned on the congressional building. Right. Like that was the QAnons that did that. And then after, what did I say that night? The stroke of noon was the end of the golden era of Trump and truth. And now this is the movie, full force, and it's hell on earth, and you can't trust. And that's what I said on that podcast. There were over 10,000 people watching live that night on that podcast. And that's what I said. From this moment on, you can't trust a single word that anyone says, and that includes Trump. And what are we now hearing from Negative 48? Trump has not been anywhere, neither have the kids, since January 6th. You haven't seen them. But now, suddenly, everyone wants to listen to what they think is former President Trump as a private citizen. And he's going, get the jab or whatever. Is that Trump? Guarantee it's not. So there's another lesson that's at play here. You don't want to listen to Trump when he was president saying, I don't have the jab. None of my kids have the jab. I got the COVID. I didn't take the jab. I used hydroxychloroquine. Here's the recipe. And I used Regeneron, which, by the way, is code for Jesus Christ. And I feel better than I have. And I'm going to make it free for anyone who wants it during my presidency. Don't want to listen to President Trump. Don't want to listen. Private person, Donald Trump says, get the jab. And what an asshole. I don't believe in any of this. He hasn't been public. They're not risking anything. He hasn't been public since January 6th. And that's what we warned you that night on. You're entering into hell on earth. And I also said to you that Colleen and I will not do another podcast on the Q team and the Q plan and any of that stuff. We're just going to go right back to doing the work, right? And then Justin came to the rescue because we were deplatformed everywhere. Justin created Wandering Toward Truth, and Justin was there to bring us in and selflessly allowed much of his channel to be dominated by our stuff. And we've held true to our word the entire time. We've not done shows because if I did, I would just be trying to line my pockets with donations or with fake followers because you know, hey, and Charlie Ward, don't forget that it's not the 3 amigos, it's the 4 amigos. Charlie Freak is part of Simon Parks and David Richard Steele or whatever that person is. And then Charlie Ward, you know, it's the 4 of us. And yeah, I've got hot news Trump was just talking to me today and there are no fucking comms. There's no fucking leaks. Charlie Ward is not fucking connected to Donald Trump. He's not Donald Trump's chief of staff. He will never be Donald Trump's chief of staff. The Q team has never, ever dropped anything. Who was Negative 48? I have my idea, but I'll tell you something for sure. He's very, very close to the top. He's very, very close to center over target. It's a small group, and they haven't divulged anything to anyone, including Colleen and I. Everything we shared with you, we've had to work out on our own. And the only way, Smalls, that I've been able to work out anything is by decoding the numerology and the symbology of the Q post. And that's what I said from day one. You want to know if this is all true, if Trump is a good guy and the Q team is goodly, godly, and that this is real, read the Q post, but you don't want to do that. And you don't want to do that because it takes time. And that is called sloth. And that is the biggest of the 7 deadly sins, because if you don't get off your ass to learn the truth on your own. You're never going to find it. You're never going to find it. Get off your ass and seek the truth. God loves a trier. Try. So the COVID vaccine is not the cabal. I don't know how many times I have to tell you this. The Q team did not come along and do everything they did to then just roll out the cabal death vaccine. But people are dying, Charlie. That's what people do. Moriarty from BBC Sherlock. That's what people do. That's all you exist to do now, is to be suckered in by lies from the cabal and die at 60. Here's a little nugget of truth for you. Why is everyone freaking out? Because your bodies are filled with parasites. Ever wonder the reason why? Because you eat fucking death. Because you eat dead animals. That's why. And guess what? The parasites that are within you are keeping you alive from eating dead, rotting flesh. If there weren't parasites, you as a baby would be dead within the first 7 years of your life if it wasn't for parasites. What did all the ancients do when they got a nasty, horrible cut or a big contusion to their skin, a break in their skin, huge, and that there was massive trauma and it wasn't going to heal for a long period of time? It would get infected, they'd get gangrene, and they would die from this infection. What do? Fly bacteria on the cut, and then worms. And then the worms eat the death and keep it clean. That's what the parasites are doing within you. And they can only exist in an acidic environment. If you are alkaline, they can't exist within you. What is alkalinity? Fruit, fresh fruit. That's it. You're a frugivore. 100% of you is a frugivore. Not 92 or 97 or 100% of you, inside and out, is a frugivore. But you don't want to listen. You don't want to change. It's all good. It's all good. We're going to move forward. And we're going to just keep raping and murdering and torturing those animals. It's all good. Delicious pigsicles.
Yeah, and like Justin was saying, it's the fact that you don't want to take responsibility. I mean, the whole picture of accepting an outside agency as your truth, that's all wrong. Like you shouldn't be looking outside of yourself for truth. Like, and that's what we're teaching here, is it's the inward path. No one outside of you can do the work you need to do. And again, so that taking an outside agency as your God, that's a responsibility. So if you're going to be irresponsible, you have to suffer the repercussions. And exactly, Charlie, it's acidity. It's not the vaccines. It's acidic people dying to acidity.
It's what people do. People are dropping dead. Remember, everything is the Hermetic principle. As above, so below, as within, so without, as the universe, so is the soul. What would happen to all of us on this earth if some alien jabbed a gigantic needle through the firmament and put anything, a foreign substance, anything inside of the firmament? We'd all feel sick. We'd feel sick metaphysically and physically, because you're not supposed to get the jab. And Tyler, who's in the chat room, Tyler could have his own channel. Tyler is a very, very enlightened individual. Where's Ty? He's done so many posts here, and now I'm not seeing one of them. But so Tyler was just basically saying, Tyler Newcomb, and Tyler was just basically saying in here is that you're not supposed to jab yourself with anything. And when you accept the jab, this is the truth of truths. You need to listen to this. And Justin and I have been, since Justin came on board, he's been teaching this with us from day one. It's the highest form of Satanism, because when you get the jab, you're absolutely saying you don't believe and you don't trust in God. And Christians by the boatloads have got the jab. And Christian pastors have gone out of their way to threaten their congregation to get the jab. Why? Because they're demonic. Because organized religion is demonic. All of it is demonic, because Jesus Christ taught you this in the Bible. Never once did Jesus ever say that there's a good priest out there, or that there's a good temple out there. Never once. He said they're all evil. And he went to painstaking depths to teach you about the lawyers, the Pharisees, and the scribes of the church. And when the apostles looked at this new church, and my God, it's new and it's beautiful. Jesus said, why would you look in that direction? Why would you even cast your glance in that direction? For surely not a single stone will be left standing when all is said and done. The kingdom of heaven is within you. God is within you. No preacher can help you. I can't help you. I can point you in the right direction, but I can't go inside with you. Only you can go inside of you. Only you can do this work. And the work is stillness and silence. Now, I'm not saying that because I have an angle. That's the truth. Whatever the truth was, that's what I would be saying. By the way, it's what all ancient cultures told you as well, that God is stillness and silence, and that the answer is meditation, stilling of the mind, silence, do good. Benjamin Franklin, it's all about meditation. And they lie to you about meditation. What is meditation? Silence, stillness, nothing else. Oh, but you have to learn a complex mantra, and you have to repeat it 108 times before you can enter. No, that's thinking. Because you're going, okay, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama. That's 2. Hare Krishna. Oh shit! I lost it at 7. Okay, I'm going to start all over again. Hare Krishna. You're thinking. That's not meditation. Meditation is silence. That's why they built the pyramids, because it's difficult to still your mind when it's a chaos out there. Go within, still and silent. And when you take no thought, he comes, and you will know that it's him. And then it just comes like this. It just comes like this. And you have to process it the best you can. And that's what we're teaching you. It's all that's ever come. How do I know that the Q team is telling the truth? Not because I blindly believe them. Oh, I'm just looking for a savior, so I hope that I'm just blindly hoping. I know they're telling the truth because I've done the work. I've gone within. I take everything back in with me, and it has to pass the resonation test. It has to sit perfectly in balance inside of me. And if there's the slightest doubt, it's not the truth. It's always been that way. But you must create the temple within you, and that is stillness and silence. Silence, do good.
Yep, and just to sort of emphasize the point that Eugene made on responsibility, if you try and get away from this idea that we have to take responsibility for our actions, if you try and get away from this idea that karmic law, natural law exists, and we have to operate within those bounds, then you are essentially, and that goes with this wanting a savior, wanting the Q team or Trump or whoever, Jesus, whoever your idol is, to come take all the pain away and make it all better, and me have to take no responsibility for it whatsoever. If you are supporting that view, you are basically saying, I don't want free will to exist. I want to live in a construct where everything that I do is bound and nothing I do matters, and it's all just this one. You become a robot. That's or a slave, like however you want to put it. So responsibility and free will go hand in hand. We have to take responsibility so that we can have free will, so that we can operate within these bounds of where free will can take us, and realize that the space of maximum potential, because that's all God wants to lead us to, is this continual space of maximum creative potential. That's all that God's laws are designed to do. And so when we stray, when we start slaying animals and eating them, we are moving away from this space of maximum creative potential. Or we're moving into this state of internal consumption where we're eating ourselves, where we're literally destroying ourselves from within. So God has these mechanisms in place to move us back to that. And so when we take vaccines, or when we let go of all of our faith and take a vaccine and say, I don't trust in God, I'm gonna let these people that I have no idea who they are, what they're injecting into my child, inject whatever the hell into them, but I'm not responsible for that because I trust them and they're the experts and blah blah blah. It doesn't work like that. We still have to go through the repercussions. We still have to go through the consequences. And if you don't want to learn about what those consequences are, if you don't want to learn about how this creation was set up. And that's all the Bible is just this handbook to demonstrate how this creation was set up, how to operate within the confines of maximum potential or not, and suffer, be in pain. But we have to experience both so that we know what the right path is and go for it. But it can't be artificially taken away from us. That responsibility has to be a key pivotal factor if this is all to work. So I hope that made sense, but that's kind of like that's what came up for me with responsibility.
Oh, definitely. I'll put the cherry on top because it's the response on Abel. It's the blue shifting, right? Because I mean, what is Cain? Not taking any responsibility. Oh, I don't know where my brother is. I just buried him in the, I'm not going to tell you where I buried him in the ground, and I, probably drank his blood or whatever it is, right? And what is he saying to God? No, I'm not taking any responsibility. I'm totally irresponsible. So there you have it. And then you get the mark of Cain.
Yep.
To echo what Justin was saying, folks, we did a show on this not too long ago, but have you ever even heard of Pierre Beauchamp? And Pierre Beauchamp was a genius. He was a master of essentially like 57 different, sort of sophisticated sciences, mathematics. He was a genius, a certifiable genius. He was a Tesla, and he was a Tesla of experimental and research science, and he was just an absolute genius. Now, Beauchamp is the teacher of life. And along came Louis Pasteur, who pirated all of Beauchamp's work and who then told lies about Beauchamp. And everybody's heard of Louis Pasteur and this necessary process of pasteurization. What is pasteurization? It's killing the life in everything you eat because bacteria will kill you. Now, Pierre Beauchamp, who is a genius, a master, and everyone believed him until, like I said, Einstein, the theory of relativity, 110 years of absolute lying. Right around that time period, this is when all the subterfuge started. Okay, and so along comes Louis Pasteur. So what Beauchamp taught us, and this is what the ancients all knew, is that you eat life to have life. And so you would never pasteurize, because if you cook your food, you kill it, and then you kill all of the life that's within it. So here's what Beauchamp taught. There is no bacteria ever created, ever, that can harm you. You are the pinnacle of God's creation. Sort of sounds similar to what Charlie and Colleen teach. You are the pinnacle of God's creation, and you are untouchable by any disease because you are alkaline man. And as long as you remain what you are, which is a frugivore, and you eat life to have life, there's no disease that can ever harm you. You can't be diseased. That is what Pierre Beauchamp taught. Okay? He is considered a genius, and he is the forerunner of all of this truth within science. Modern science hasn't done a thing. Sorry, but it's the truth. Modern science has, well, Charlie, none of they cured polio. No such thing as polio. Completely invented, never happened. A vaccine is never. And remember, the teachings of Beauchamp destroy vaccination. Why have you never heard of Pierre Beauchamp? Because you can't. Because if you knew about Beauchamp and the simplicity of eating life can never, ever, ever, ever have disease, then they're dead in the water. So you can't have Beauchamp. And along comes Louis Pasteur. And what is Pasteur saying? To live, you have to kill your food. You have to kill it by boiling it past the boiling point. What is the logic in that? That is insanity. That is insanity. And Pierre Beauchamp taught you the truth. And everybody knew Beauchamp. He was a living, breathing genius that everybody lauded. Nobody knows him now. Everybody knows Louis Pasteur. They lied to you. They lied to you. The truth about Beauchamp is that you don't need the jab. Because if you're alkaline, you can't get disease. End of story. And by the way, nobody, virtually no one is telling you the truth about what a virus is. Josh and I do. And, now Justin is teaching you about that. Colleen, Josh X and I, a virus is created by you. It is within you, and it is not cellular based. So it can't be airborne. Nobody else can catch it. And you're a man or a woman. You can't catch it from a bat in China. That's a bat. You're a man or a woman. Sorry, you can't get it from a bat. And it's not airborne because it's not cellular based. It has no life to it. And a virus is the ultimate allegory and punchline to all of this, because what does a virus do? It attacks foreign invaders. What is Trump and the Q team doing? They are attacking foreign invaders. The real virus, coronavirus, is the cabal. The real aliens are the cabal. They're alien of God. They're alien of Abel. They are Cain. They are the left brain. These are the Canaanites who were cast east of Eden. What is east of east? West. What is west of the Holy Land? The rolling hills of the Eastern Mediterranean, Phoenicia. And the Phoenicians were the seafaring race of merchants. Guess what? They're the pirates of the seas. They're the ones that made pieces of 8, the first money system. And they're so effing cheap. This pieces of 8, these little coins, were made with this aluminum oxide, so that, and then each of these little coins were scored in 8 different angles, because they wanted change back. And so this pieces of 8 is so that these little coins could be broken into 8 slivers. That's how cheap they are. That's who the cabal is. That's who runs the banking system. That's who the communists are. That's who the capitalists are. That's your enemy. These are the Canaanites. There's no mother in them. There's no God in them. There's no Jesus Christ in them. There's no Santa Claus in them. They're alone, and they hate you, and they want to separate you from your mother and father, and they want you to be alone. And then they'll have you in a forest, the Black Forest. This is what we're dealing with. The truth has been obfuscated. You are God's creation, and you are powerful beyond description. Nothing can harm you. Trust in God. What have Justin and Eugene and Colleen, what have all of us been saying to you now? Trust in God. That's all you have to do. Trust in God. You are the pinnacle of his creation. And animals come to us looking for a savior, looking for help, looking for a friend, and we're murdering them. And it's instilled within them to trust us, and we're killing them. It is the greatest betrayal that we could ever do. We're supposed to be Jesus Christ. He was a shepherd. We are supposed to be shepherds of this earth, serving others, because we're the pinnacle of God's creation. Our gift of this awareness and consciousness from God is enough. Now share your gift to everyone else and everything else. That's the way. That's what you're here to do. So Trump is not telling you to get the jab. A private citizen named Donald Trump is telling you, why are you listening to a private citizen named Donald Trump trying to get a jab? It's not Donald Trump. It's not Donald Trump. Follow your instincts, trust in God. What did President Trump say? I didn't get the jab. None of my kids have had the jab. I wouldn't get the jab. I had COVID and I didn't get the jab. Hydroxychloroquine, Regeneron, which he made free to everyone. You don't want to listen to that. But now all of a sudden, private citizen Trump saying, get the jab. And now Q's bullshit, Trump's bullshit, Charlie Freak's bullshit, Justin's bullshit, blah, 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 blah. It's all bullshit because you don't want to do the work. Because you don't want to spend any time doing any research and learning and making yourself powerful by doing the research and doing the work yourself. That may come across as harsh, but it's the truth. And you need the truth more than anything else in the world, my friends. You just need the pure truth.
Absolutely.
Pierre Beauchamp. Research the name Pierre Beauchamp.
Yeah, well said, and very beautifully said, and it's true. I had one question from Lotus. Could the Canaanites go back to the right track So yes, absolutely, that, and everyone has an opportunity to do that, and God is very, very forgiving. And as soon as we offer repentance and atonement, then we're welcome back into the kingdom of heaven immediately. There's no doubt, but it has to be true repentance, true atonement. It has to be true, set with intention. It can't be some there's no manipulating God. There's no lying to God in that regard. If you are truly atoning for your sins and what you've done, there's always space going back in the right track. But however, with some of these souls, they are so far down this path that eventually, as far as I see it, it kind of just removes them. You know, after a point in time, if you've shown nothing but continual direction down that path, you ultimately become a disease that has to be eradicated. You know, there's nothing that you're adding value to the system, and you kind of spiral out. You disappear into the abyss. But that's not without every single opportunity to redirect and go otherwise. And there's no sort of vengeance involved with this system. It's just a way of being and how to progress with this beautiful creation that God has created for us. So that's my understanding of the situation.
And wouldn't you say there are Canaanites that are turning and against the other Canaanites and saying, I've had enough of this, and coming to the white hats and saying, you know, I'll give up my life. I know I'm a criminal and I know I'll have to pay for it, but at least I'm going to do something good when I'm going out. So I think there are people like that too, right, Charlie?
Absolutely. And in every generation, Santos has always taught that as well. In every generation of these families, there are kids that simply will not take to this evil, and they lose them. And those kids are all powerfully playing roles by coming to the white hats and revealing all that they know. And we believe strongly that Jim Carrey truly repented of his ways. And that I believe strongly that Jim Carrey was helping. I think Jim Carrey was probably one of the Bidens helping James Woods portray Biden. But I also think that Jim Carrey has now met his maker, and bless him for doing what Eugene just said, which is paying the ultimate price, which is right. It's righteous. It is righteous for the actions that he did, and this is being serious about atonement, and this will give him an opportunity to resurrect himself. And as Justin explained it beautifully, God is the eucatastrophe. So the miracle of the letter U, which is right before the V, which leads to the W, and then the epilogue of the story XYZ. U is eucatastrophe, and that moment can come in any moment when you truly choose God and you truly say, you know, I'm not worthy of any repentance from you, O Father, but I am sick and tired of the darkness, and I just want to come to the light. God would never say no to anyone who wants to come to the light. He is the creator of all. But he created all of us, as Justin has beautifully explained throughout the show tonight, free will. And folks, you are missing your gift of free will. And like Justin said it so beautifully, you're just all in with modern medicine. You're all in with pharmaceutical companies that you know nothing about other than they're evil. And you're just, yeah, but I mean, it's science, and we have to have, no, you don't. You have an immune system. There isn't one of you that doesn't know that. Every single one of you knows that we have an immune system. Do you know what immunity is? Do the etymology on the word immunity. It just ties in Pierre Beauchamp. You're immune to disease, but you have to be what you are. You're a frugivore. What are you doing eating animals? Ultimately, Charlie, I don't know. I guess somebody told me to. That's right. Somebody told you to. When are you going to start thinking for yourself? You're a frugivore. One of the biggest teachings that Colleen and I have shared with you and powerfully shown you is that you're a frugivore. 100%. You're a frugivore. What are you doing killing and eating animals? That's acidic. Cheese, I've busted the bubble on cheese. Cheese is received in the body with the same receptors from the brain as heroin. Cheese is crack cocaine. Cheese is literally heroin. Your body receives cheese with heroin receptors from the brain. And then what does everybody say when we talk about this, and then they get off that they're going, cheese was the hardest thing to give up. Yeah, because you were hooked on crack cocaine. You were hooked on heroin. It's hard to give up heroin. And that's what cheese is. I've shown you the science in it. It's very straightforward. It's very evil. And they put cheese in everything. Cheese, 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 cheese.
Yeah, we had a couple comments about how apparently you hated Charlie Ward and were spreading a lot of hatred about him, and just wanted to address that there was no hatred involved with that whatsoever. And if you actually listen to any of those shows where we covered it, we said we would welcome Charlie Ward with open arms at any time if he offered the truth, if he started telling the truth and said, hey, you know what? I was telling some lies. I was spreading some bullshit. But no, he just doubled down on his lies, which shows the atonement is not there. The repentance is not there. And therefore he is still being deceitful. And you cannot serve two masters. There's the truth, and then there's the lie. If you are not serving the truth, if you're not serving God, you are serving the lie. And we cannot support that. So we need to be calling out anyone who is spreading deceitful lies at any point in time. And there's no hatred involved in it. We get that I can't judge someone. I don't know where they came from. I don't know what caused them to make the decisions they're making, but I can judge their action because I am authorized. I have the authority to judge someone's action because I truly understand what God's law portrays. And a lie is very clear. There's not really a lot of nuance there. If you're telling a lie, you are breaking God's law. You are going against the righteous path, and that is wrong. And I get to say that. And if someone continues to operate within that wrong space, I'm going to continue calling them out. And that's how it needs to be. We need to be addressing this level of deceit, regardless of where it shows up, regardless of whose feelings it might hurt, because it's not about feelings. It's about doing the right thing because it's the right thing to do. So just wanted to address that. There was no hatred behind it. We have to be righteous.
Yeah, listen, everyone, remember, and of course, we have this recorded message. So the day that, like, we just got attacked so much from Charlie and everybody else when we blew the lid off of Gregory Hallett and the fake king of England. And then they did a hit video the next day on Charlie Freak, and don't listen to Charlie Freak because he doesn't have one of these, which is a British passport, and he doesn't know how sacred the king is to our country. And what I'm saying is, you don't need a fucking king. You are a king. Start acting like the king that you are. And Gregory Hallett is no king of anyone. Sorry, but he isn't. And they just freaked out. And when I called Charlie Ward out for just lying, blatant, and it's just for money, right? Saying to you that he's an inside position with Trump and the Q team are filling you with bullshit. There's no comms released to anyone. This is a tight-knit group. They don't release anything. That's why they won. That's why they're successful, because they don't take chances with anyone. And so when we did that, Charlie phoned us, everybody seems to know Colleen's private cell number when it comes time to, get angry with us. And so Charlie Ward phones us, leaves a message, and what does he say? He goes, I'm very disappointed in you, Charlie. I like you very much. I've always thought you, very smart individual and blah, 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 blah. He said, I think the thing that's causing all of the problems is that you think I'm talking about the Q and the Q and Trump. No. I'm talking about the Q from the Q quantum physical, or the quantum financial system. So that's the Q I'm talking about. So I've been working with them for about 7 years behind the scenes, which you've never divulged, ever before when you're first starting, trying to pump Gregory Hallett, but now it's all Q. And but he said he's been working behind the scenes with the Q financial team. That is something completely separate. So he said to us, it's on Colleen's phone. She saved the message. And he's saying to us, no, I don't have any contact with President Trump or the Q team. No. I'm high level with the Q quantum financial process. And I've been guiding them, helping them along the way.
Receiving instructions from a cleaning lady, or what was it?
That's right. Hello. Oh, by the way, so they're not there. Okay. Well, can I ask you a couple of questions? Yeah. No, they're going tomorrow, Charlie. It's all good. I'm the cleaning lady. They're going tomorrow. So you want to believe that shit, whatever, and you want to think me evil for calling out Charlie Ward for being on. Why do we do that? Because, like Justin said, we teach the Bible, and the Bible says, if you're lying, you cannot serve two masters. So if you're lying, that is really bad, because that means you're serving the mammon, and the mammon is Satan.
And Charlie, I think it's super important to point out here that when Jesus comes and flips over the table of the Maritime Admiralty pirates, he's doing it out of love. It's not out of hate. And Justin always points this out super well. He says that if we let the deception rule and let them like continue with their lies and get away with their lies, that's hatred of ourselves and each other. It's our responsibility to stop those lies in those tracks, so that so that we don't come to a coronavirus situation like we're in now.
Yeah. As soon as we start letting one sin continue, one sin flourish, no matter how small we think it might be, no matter how tiny it doesn't really matter. It's not hurting anyone physically. No, we're saying I'm okay with whatever depravity we could sink to. I'm okay with the worst possible atrocities that could be committed, because it's always a slippery slope back to that space. So if we want to right this ship and we want to be strong in that conviction and not allow us to get to this point ever again, we have to be pretty strong on every single deception, every single lie that's put forward, no matter how small we might think it may be. Don't lie to people. Don't let people lie to you, and don't let people lie to other people. It's the same. Don't rape people. Don't rape other people. Don't let people rape other people. It's the same thing. We have to be taking a stance on every single time we step away from this righteous path. Yes. We have to be saying strong and say, no, that's not okay. That is not okay. And you're not going to be able to do that in my presence without being called out. You are not going to. And that's my stance. So when I say I'm all in, 100%, I'm all in. And, I've had encounters, and a lot of people don't really like that particular aspect of myself, but it's only those people who are so stuck in that way of being that they can't see outside of where their ego is leading them that have a problem with that method of blunt honesty.
Yes.
And, I've said it before, like, we need to stop being nice. We need to be kind. Fuck being nice. Nice is a lie. Nice is wrong. Like, if you are nice just to save face, to preserve some sort of idea that there needs to be calmness and I'm not going to stir up any trouble, you are supporting a lie. You are lying yourself by being nice. So fuck being nice. Be kind. Be kind and tell someone, hey, you might not have seen this. No, maybe no one ever told you before, but that's actually a lie. Or you might have done something that's technically wrong or whatever. Maybe you're providing them an opportunity to right the ship, which is a beautiful gift. And that is a kind thing to do.
And don't forget, folks, most of the information not all of it, but a lot of the information that Charlie Ward and his gang of people are talking about just comes from Colleen and I, and then they just sort of take it as their own. Charlie Ward also has a number of videos on his website that are my videos and my creations. And he's taken all the freak sense stuff out at the front and the back, and then it's just Charlie Ward, and then my videos, and then it's Charlie Ward at the front and the back, stuff like that.
Clever.
So, and I don't say anything, because at the end of the day, I want the truth to be shared. So if he's doing that, at least some of the stuff that people are watching there is the truth. I don't really mind. I don't threaten to sue anyone. I don't believe in the monetary system. I don't believe in lawyers. I don't believe in any of this bullshit. So, and proof is in the pudding. What Justin says about he and I and Charlie Ward. Charlie Ward started teaching the truth and repented and openly repented and apologized for lying, and that he wanted to just spend the rest of his time doing whatever he could to try and help mankind moving forward. We'd be all over that. 100%. We'd be all over that. Just saying. But I can't stand liars and I can't stand lies. Colleen and I have been able to achieve and do what we've done because we just said we have to know the truth. The truth is God. Who the creator is, the creation is truth. And what did God create from the singularity to the duality is the earth, and that's the mother earth. So it's all about doing the work to come home to your family. That's why the prodigal son is the #1 allegory within the pages of the Bible, because we are the prodigal children and we must make our way back home. And the only way you get home is on a path that is straight and narrow. And that means there's no room for fucking around. There are 7 heavenly virtues and there are 7 deadly sins. And there's no middle ground. Baseball, the game, was made by Freemasons, the good Freemasons. And baseball is a tribute to God. Everything about baseball is about divinity. And when you run the base path, it is straight and it is narrow. And if you go deviate off the center path, going from diamond to diamond to diamond to get home, if you deviate just a little, you're out. You're out in the left brain. But if you want to stay in the right brain, you must be straight. You must get to the home diamond. Pineal gland, right hemisphere of the brain. It's all beautiful. It's allegorical, but it's literal too. There's no room. When Justin says that he's in, and Eugene is too, when they say that they're all in with God, that means that it is straight and narrow. It's all we talk about. When they're with me, they'll attest to you. There's no difference in Charlie Freak at 9 o'clock or 11 o'clock on a Tuesday morning than there is on these shows. It's the same person all the time, because you cannot deviate from this path. And I never would, because I've come to know the truth, and I owe everything to God. So, and Colleen and I are strong because we know we wear the armor of God. And what that means is God will protect those who do the work. And he can only protect those that do the work, because he can't hear you when you're in your left brain. There's no connection to God. He's not in. Remember, like I teach, one of the biggest things that Colleen and I have done for you is we've taught you human physiology. There is no entrance to your right brain. There is no entrance to the third ventricle of your brain from the left brain. There's none. The only way in to the third ventricle of the brain is through the fourth ventricle and into the third ventricle. And the fourth ventricle is this tiny little canal, and it's called the straight and narrow. It's allegorical and it's literal. So you know what the 7 heavenly virtues are. Now live them. And I've always taught this. If this is the last time you ever watch a Charlie freaking Collywog and Justin and Eugene podcast, that's fine. Just be virtuous from here on, and you will find God. You will absolutely find God. You will end up doing the work and you will find God. I don't need to teach you anything else more than just one thing. Be virtuous. And virtue means putting the well-being of others before yourself, because that's your well-being, because we're all one. Where we go one, we go all, means when we go to the one, which is God, which is the creator, we go all. All of us go, because we're one. We're brethren. We're brothers and sisters. I've taught this before. Maybe many of you don't know this. Our earth parents are a pair of rents. They are role players playing a role. And not enough of them take this role seriously. And it's a very important sacred role, but they're not your parents. all form, all physical form comes from Mother Earth. Everything does. And when you die, you go back into from whence you came, which is the Mother Earth. So she is your mother. Sorry, she is. She is. And your father, you are consciousness. You are eternal because you possess consciousness. God is the creator of consciousness, not me. Not me. I can't create I can't create a life. I don't bestow consciousness. I can't do those things. If you think you can, that's up to you. I'm telling you, you are not the real parents of your children. That is God and Mother Earth. They are the real parents. And the best thing that you can do to your children is teach them that. And the best thing you can do to your children is start them on the path that is straight and narrow by living a virtuous life in your home. And that means telling the truth. That means being honest in every single moment. That means being virtuous. That means being kind. Christmas time is all about helping others. What are you doing giving presents to your kid? How many of you are going to participate in Halloween this year? Halloween is a celebration of Satan. What are you doing? Don't you dare celebrate Halloween ever again. This Christmas, you're gonna celebrate God. This Halloween, you're gonna celebrate God. I've taught you what the Maypole Day and then 6 months later, November 1st, the All Saints Day is all about. It's them owning your body and it's them owning your soul. Halloween is a witches and warlock festival, and they harness a lot of kids. A lot of kids go missing every single year. Thank you, UNICEF. Can you put some money in for UNICEF while I steal your kids? Because UNICEF is largely behind. The United Nations is purely evil. The United Nations peacekeeping forces were created to steal children in war-torn zones. That may sound fantastical. It's the truth. It's the absolute truth. The UN peacekeeping forces with those blue helmets have been stealing children in war-torn. So they create the wars, which creates the product, which is orphan children, and then the UN peacekeeping forces steal children for the cabal. That's what they do. This world is sick. It is diseased. And it's diseased because you don't believe in God, because I didn't believe in God enough. And when we're all in, we win, because God always wins. So all you have to do is cast that net to the right. Change that frequency. Bill Donahue teaches this the best ever. You want to sit on your ass and drink a beer and have the TV on channel 2, and you're throwing your beer can at the TV because there's no God on channel 2. You don't want to get up and change the dial to channel 9. God's on channel 9. But you want to throw things at the TV because it's on channel 2. Change your frequency. Change your frequency. A channel is a frequency. Change your channel means change your frequency to God. And you do that by being righteous. So if you want God in your life, start listening to 107.1 FM. All God, all day. Justin and I are going to start to do some shows about 107.1 FM. We're going to play music and stuff. It's going to be great. It's going to be so much fun. It's going to be a lot of humor in it. And it's all God, all day. It's God FM. It's God radio. All God, all day. So it's going to be great.
Yeah, looking forward to that. I had a quick question. Which Bible does Charlie use? So we prefer the 1611 version and the King James version. That's going to be the most accurate English translation that you can find. Yeah. So and for
these other editions, Justin, are just freaking evil. They have neutered the truth out of the Bible. So all of these different religions in the United States who have created their own Bibles, all these other different Bibles are just pure evil. These are evil. Once you know the truth and you see how they've changed the wording and all, what they've done is they've taken the subtle teachings and the subtle body and chakras and meditation and the truth about what Jesus did. They've taken it all away and they've just made it a literal bullshit story. And they've turned Jesus into this passive, neutral character with neutral language. And that's not Jesus. Jesus was right in your face with the truth, 24/7, 365, nothing but the truth. Yep. So the King James Bible. Now they made a change to the King James Bible in the late 1700s, I believe, in the late 1700s, and they changed some language in it. But even that one is light years ahead of everything else. So the King James Bible 1611 edition is divine. 1 + 6 + 1 + 1 is 9. 3 ones and a 6. 3, 6, and 9. 3, 6, and 9. It's right there.
And 16 being P, so there's light, and then 11 being the temples. Light in the temples.
Yeah, there was a question earlier about is 9/11 the true birth of Jesus Christ? Because I know 107 has talked about that. And my understanding is, I mean, again, Jesus Christ wasn't necessarily a literal figure, but I think as far as a date goes, the significance of 9 and 11 would fit within that same sort of allegorical representation of us recognizing that we are the divine child, we accept our Christed nature, and that would be personified in this sort of date form. But there could be something more to that. I don't know, Charlie, do you have a take on that particular thing?
Well, remember, there are Christed figures, and there clearly was a Christed figure, because the Cabal, like Justin said, they don't have the creative ability of the right brain to make this stuff up. So if there's this story of this Christed figure, roughly 2,000 years ago in the Holy Land, there was a Christed figure in the Holy Land, and just the stuff about Mary Magdalene and how they've turned her into a whore and everything, that just confirms that there absolutely was. So now, even -48 and his team, they're still referring to this person as Yeshua. And what I would just suggest humbly is that they shouldn't do that. Yeshua is Hebrew, and that's not true. And the gematria of Yeshua is 79. Now, the Greek transcripts, which is where the Bible was first translated into English from, are the Greek transcripts. In the Greek transcripts, it talks about a Jeheshua. Don't know where this Yeshua thing comes in, except that it's kind of the Hebrew version of the Greek Jeheshua becomes Yeshua. So now, what is the gematria of Jeheshua? 77. What is the gematria of Christ? 77. What is the name of Jeheshua in the Holy Land 2,000 years ago? Joshua, Jeheshua. What is the gematria of Joshua? 74. What is the gematria of Jesus? 74. So Jesus Christ is 74, 77. Joshua, Jeheshua is 74, 77. There's a reason why Bill Donahue teaches Joshua, Jeheshua, and that's because he examined the Greek manuscripts and this translation to English. Now, again, in the Bible, in the Greek manuscripts that became the English Bible, the only name that is used other than Jeheshua is Christ. And Christ is the title. That's why we teach and say that the real name of Jesus Christ would be Christ Jesus, because Christ is the title, Christ Jesus. And it's a beautiful, beautiful name, regardless of who put it together, whatever. It's a beautiful name. So that's the truth. So what we teach is that Joshua, Jeheshua, and Mary Magdalene are the Lord and Lady Christ in the Holy Land approximately 2,000 years ago. And they are the most recent addition of those who have been so motivated by that story, which is God's blackboard, the story of Christianity of the sky, which is astrology. They did the work. They did the work. And look at what happened to them. And what -48 teaches, which is the truth, is that after Jeheshua, was crucified and put to death and then rose up to heaven, because that is your right if you do the work. That the male apostles would not show loyalty to Jesus by accepting Mary Magdalene as the head of this sacred Athene order. And so without support, Mary Magdalene fled the Holy Land for southern France. And this has been the headquarters of this order known as the Order of the Blue Rose. And who is tied to the Order of the Blue Rose? Jacqueline Bouvier. Who did John Kennedy marry? Jacqueline Bouvier. I don't know tons about Caroline Bessette, but I do know that her ancestry is French. So what we're finding through the gematria and the etymology, and of course, just the history of John Kennedy, President 35, and JFK, the gematria of J, F, and K is 2735, is that he is of this Jesus strand, the Joshua Jeheshua strand, and that John F. Kennedy Jr. is of this strand. So what's coming is just enormous. What's coming is just enormous. And remember what Q said, at the end of this, it will leave no room for doubt that God is in charge, and that we have returned to the land of milk and honey and righteousness. So you're going to see Professor Tolkien's story come to life, the Fellowship of the Ring, the Two Towers, and the Return of the King. There is a Return of the King. And you'll see the role that Donald Trump played brilliantly. And you will see this transition that's about to occur. And it is just amazing. And you will not be left with any doubt. You will know 100%.
Yep. And you can't be halfway in. You know, there's either all in or not in at all. So for anyone who thinks that they're just going to ride the fence and, you know, wait and see what happens, I don't really know. I'm not, you know, I'm just going to listen to these people, listen to those people, and I don't know what's going on. This is the time to shit or get off the pot, to put it bluntly. It's time to make a choice. And so everything that's going to happen between now and then is just going to further push us into this choice that we have to make. And for those of us who've already made the choice, it's a little easier. So I'd recommend making the right choice now. But there's no more fence sitting. There's no more staying neutral with how this is playing out. You're either all in with God or you're not. You can't serve two masters. And that point, you know, it's very simple. The truth is very simple. And we can either accept it or not, but we don't escape the consequences of those choices, the responsibility of that decision.
And in the chat, Tebow asked, how do we use 3, 6, and 9 in our daily life? It's another one of these great questions. So the 3 is the mother, the 6 is the journey of man, so that's the child, that's us, and 9 is the divinity, the divine God and rising heaven. So what does that look like? Be virtuous. Be virtuous. The Mother Earth is sacred, virgin. Virgin means pure and righteous. So the Mother Earth, so the Father is Leo, 1 o'clock. 2 o'clock is the Virgin Mother Mary, and 3 o'clock on the level is the child born free, Libra. So you're born free. Exercise your gift of free will to honor your father and your mother. And your father is a lion, and a lion does not run away from challenges. He is strong in the face of danger, and he is a leader, and he lights the way. And the mother is pure and righteous. She's care and compassion. So be virtuous. How does that look? What does 3, 6, and 9 look like in your life? Be righteous. every single day. Live by the 7 heavenly virtues. That's it. There's no great secret to any of this. It's really simple, which is God's true way. His calling card is that it's simplicity. So just put others before yourself and watch yourself rise. Because as we have always taught you, the rewards are built into the work that you do. I'm not telling you to do it for that reason, but I'm telling you the way. And the way is that when you do good, you receive good. It's that simple. That's how it works. It's the Ouroboros. What you put in is what you get out. So if you put righteousness in, your life is filled with righteousness. You put shit in, you can figure out the rest. 3, 6, and 9.
Yeah. Do you see any other good questions to ask? Or did you want to? Oh, Tamara wants to ask if there are any good pastors on television. And I said, likely no. If you're on television and you're claiming to be speaking the word of God, there's no way that they would allow anyone who was actually telling the truth to be on TV, first of all. And then, I mean, anyone who gets to that space is so far into the organized version of the Christian lie that they are, wide perpetrators of that same lie to some degree or another. I'm sure there are some who maybe have convinced themselves that they're not a part of that same Jesuitical, fake Jew, Zionist controlled reality, but they're all part of that same beast. So if they're on TV, chances are they are not with the best of intentions. But I don't know, maybe Charlie has.
Go to Bill Donahue.
Yeah, go to Bill Donahue. You want to find the truth within the Bible, go to Bill Donahue for sure.
Yeah, my favorite shows, and I would just echo what Justin said about somebody who's on TV and is wearing fancy clothes. I mean, when Jesus in the Bible sent the apostles out, what did he say? And do not take a change of clothes, and do not wear shoes upon your feet, and do not go to the centers where people already believe the things that we're teaching. Go to those places where they do not believe that we are teaching. And if they treat you gruffly or rudely, turn around and walk away. Your job is not to force them into the truth, but to simply show them a way, move on to the next community. I mean, it's all in the pages of the New Testament. Remember, you're talking about the Old Testament, which is this infinite number of these allegorical stories like falling into a great fish and building an ark with all of the animals on the earth 2 by 2. They're allegorical tales that are teaching you the way. And then what is the way? Jesus Christ. What is the New Testament? It's about one man and one woman, but she was exorcised out of it. But one man and one woman, Lord and Lady Christ. And that means you're supposed to pay attention to it. And that's what Justin and I started teaching, was the book of Matthew and the book of Revelation. And if you just go back and watch those shows, that'll teach you how to read the Bible. It'll teach you virtually everything you need to know. We're going to continue on into the Old Testament. We're going to start in Genesis and then Exodus. I mean, this is brilliant stuff. It's pure joy. When I was younger, reading the Bible was a pain beyond description. Now that I know how to read the Bible, it is pure joy. I cannot stress this enough. It's the greatest. And then what you realize is that that's what Professor Tolkien wrote with The Lord of the Rings. It is his version or variation of the one story or Christ of the Bible, Aragorn being Christ, the reuniter of the two worlds, Gondor and Arnor. And remember, what is a Númenorian? he was from this race of higher men called Numenorians. Well, Numenorians is another way of saying Jesus Christ. Or is gold. And these are the new golden men because they're regenerated and death has passed them over. So C.S. Lewis in the Chronicles of Narnia is teaching the Bible. He's teaching the one story. Harry Potter, whoever is behind all of that, I can just tell you, it is brilliant and it is righteous. Harry Potter is another variation of Jesus Christ, and it is the one story of Jesus Christ. Harry is Hare, as in Hare Krishna, and Potter is one who creates with his hands in silence. So so that's Jesus Christ. So Harry Potter is Hail Jesus. Harry Potter is Hail Jesus Christ. That's what Harry represents. He's the pineal gland. So it's just all around us. It's beautiful. It's all around us. Somebody was asking, so again, what are the 7 heavenly virtues? Well, they should be evident, but basically they are humility. So, okay, so humility is humble before God. Don't let anybody else tell you anything else. It means you kneel to one and one person only. Now, I kneel to 2. I kneel to the Father and the Mother. So, because that's what Jesus taught me, is that the Mother is the God of this physical material plane. So I kneel to the Mother and I kneel to the Father. And that is humility. That is penitence. And then it's kindness. Kindness is who we are. We are kind man or kind woman. And then it is temperance. Temperance is the middle way, is the middle path. It means you don't live a life of extremities. And that's what your fingers and toes are, extremities. Don't get caught in your extremities, get caught in your heart. Heart is centrality. That is the center or middle way. Temperance is living in the middle way. Chastity is moderation of desires. What does the Buddha teach? What does Krishna teach? What does Jesus Christ teach? You must suppress your physical desire for manna from heaven, manna from God. So your reward is the connection to God. You don't have individual desires. I don't need this, that, or the other thing. I simply require God in my life. And that is this beautiful, natural form of chastity. So chastity is again, a variation of penitence or humility before God. But you don't live out of desire or your pleasures. That's the physical body. You live out of the mind, the higher heaven, the heavenly temple of the head. Patience is the 5th, and this is always taking the approach of the wise monk, which is, we will see. So in other words, patience is not rushing into judgment. You do not judge others. If you judge others, it means you're going to be forced to walk a mile in their shoes. And with Charlie Ward, I don't want to walk a mile in Charlie Ward's shoes. I don't want to know what has happened to turn certain people a certain way. I don't want to know what these Kabbalistic families have been through to be the way that they are. So when you judge, you're asking God to force you to walk a mile in their shoes. So don't judge, be patient. We will see. Don't rush to judgment over anything. So in the moment, this might not look like a good thing. But it's God's creation. There is no bad. There are no problems. So wait and see. Wait and see. This is what patience means. So like the wise monk says, we'll see. Oh my God, I just got this letter. It's terrible. The whole world is going to end. We'll see. Oh my gosh, this letter just actually what it says was written on the backside that I just won $10,000. My whole life is beautiful. My whole life has been saved now. We'll see. We'll see. Patience. Charity, which is, and charity is just this unlimited limited loving towards all others. Charity is putting others first. And the last one is diligence. Do diligence. Do. So in the carnal left brain world, they talk about you're responsible for due diligence. No, it's not D-U-E, it's D-O. Do diligence. Be diligent. And so what that means is with diligence, when you undertake something, you undertake it fully. When you give your word as your bond. Your word is your bond. And when you start something, you finish it. And when you do something, you do it to the best of your ability. And there you go. Humility, kindness, temperance, chastity, patience, charity, and diligence. That is the virtuous man. That was Jesus Christ. Whatever he did it well. What are the opposite of these things? The opposite of humility is pride. The opposite of kindness is envy. The opposite of temperance is gluttony. The opposite of chastity is lust. The opposite of patience is wrath. The opposite of charity is greed. And the opposite of diligence is sloth. When you undertake something, you don't live up to your word. You don't live up to your bond. You don't try your best. You don't do your best. You're too lazy. You don't care enough. And care is you have no mother within you, because if you had the mother within you, you'd care. So those are the 7 deadly sins, and those are the 7 heavenly virtues. And you can see the simplicity in the virtues. It's putting others first. Put others first, and you're going to land on the right-hand side of this always. So that's it.
Beautiful. I don't have much more to add.
Okay. It's been a great show, a long show, but it's been a wonderful show. And this show has been just made so wonderful by Justin and Eugene. I'm so glad and grateful that everyone got a chance to see and hear, obviously not only Justin, but Eugene as well. And you know, for a 21-year-old man, you know, wow, that's all I have to say. Justin takes this very seriously. Eugene takes this very, very seriously. So they're doing the work, and we all have a long way to go, but you're doing the work, and God loves a trier. And so that's it. So to Colleen, who's looking after our 5 possums that can't go pee unless she rubs she rubs their system, their private parts, so that forces them to pee, and that she has to squirt through this tiny little tube the milk into them. That's who Colleen is. This is what she does every single day. That's who she is. She's truly of the mother. She's an angel. And so this is who we are. This is what we represent. And I'm so glad that everyone tuned into this. Energy is everything. Everything is energy. And that means that everything is a frequency. Frequencies are numbers. So get your numbers right. 3, 6, and 9, 4, 3, and 2, 144, 153. Cast thy net to the right and watch your net fill with fish. Fish is not what you think.
It's not sushi.
Fish is Pisces, and that is wisdom, because Pisces is the closest to Aries, which is upon the level. The 2 things that we are, level means truth. So the earth is flat because it's level, and that is the truth. So at 3 o'clock, we are born free. At 6 o'clock, we enter into the tomb for 3 days and 3 nights, December 22nd, 23rd, 24th, so that at 9 o'clock, we spring into heaven, and death passes you over. 3, 6, 9. 3, 6, and 9 is the astrological clock. Libra, Capricorn, are you eating the corn of the pineal gland, or are you a wild goat, Capri? 9, springing to life, that eternal life by going in and having the corn at Christ Mass, that's the journey of man 6, 3, 6, and 9. Spring to life. That's it. That's it. God's creation is so simple for us. Don't let people confuse this and make this complicated for you. So you want to get to heaven, you want to know God, you want to have the downloads that Colleen and I get, do the work. It's that simple. I eat watermelon, drink orange juice. Colleen eats watermelon, drinks orange juice. For dinner now, we're eating avocados with zucchini spaghetti. So it's just raw zucchini made to look like spaghetti, on that spiralizer. And then, we love avocados, and avocados are so good for you. So it's good. Alkaline. We're frugivores, so yeah, I don't know. It's good for us. I make a smoothie every day. So I've got mangoes, bananas, watermelon, papaya, pineapple, and I just blend that up. And that does me so good. I mean, that really does. That does me so good during the day. My body takes very well to it.
Yeah, and if anyone's looking for some extra motivation to find some purity, Eugene and I are we're still on a week of Eugene's been on grapes 100%. I'm like 99% grapes and a little bit of watermelon and some limes here and there, but all fruit of just cleansing until after the equinox for sure. But we might even push it further. So if anyone wants to hop on that train of baptism of water and cleansing this body, you're more than welcome to join us.
For $5 a show.
Yeah, right. After you go through my paywall, and I'll tell you. Yeah. But yeah, this was a fantastic. I'm so glad that you had us on tonight, Charlie. Thank you, and thank you to Colleen for just the beautiful, beautiful soul that she is, and thank you for all that she does to care for the animals and you as well. So yeah, it was an absolute joy to be here. We talked about some really great things, and yeah, couldn't pick better people to do it with. So thank you so much, and love you so much. Yeah, and thank you for everyone in the chat. We've had some good questions, had some good conversations.
Great question.
Yeah, so I appreciate y'all for being there. I appreciate y'all for giving feedback to each other. And I understand why fears and doubts can creep in. I understand why that can happen. We have been lied to about everything, so it makes sense. It's not. It makes sense why that happens. But we have to remember that anytime we let those fears and doubts in, we are saying, I don't trust God. God can't really be in control. And this, which means you're given authority to the other side. You can't serve two masters. So just remember that, and make sure to breathe, go outside, go spend time with the mother, like make sure to do a lot of breathing and being out and get out in the sun. Like those are the best ways to disconnect from all the internet and everything that's going on. Like, if it's causing you and driving you into fear, then turn that off. It's being used as a tool for Satan if it's driving you to that side. So turn it off, take a step back and recalibrate.
And sunrise and sunset. I cannot stress this enough. You were born on the level. You were born free, and you are Aries, the man who must rise. So sunrise and sunset is so powerful. The biggest downloads in the world are first through your sacred sex. So don't spill your seed, capture that, and enormous power comes to you. And also just gazing at the sun upon sunrise and sunset. The miracles that I have seen and have been gifted upon sunrise and especially sunset is incredible. Miracles that you wouldn't believe unless you were there. It's a true miracle. There was a great question in here, and that was from Valerie Secor. Valerie said, did Jesus just eat fruit too? It is so clear to me in reading the New Testament that Jesus was past that. Jesus and Mary Magdalene were very, very likely breatharians. It is very clear to me that Jesus was eating solely through manna from heaven. And that's why he constantly went into the Mount of Olives. The Mount of Olives, remember, it never said he lied down on or went to. It always said he went in to the mount. How do you get in to the Mount of Olives? Remember, at the hypoglossal opening, where you must cross a fiction, you must cross over the blood-brain barrier that goes up and to the right, and where you go back into the brainstem, where you come out from the spine because you can't go through, because the brainstem comes out of Atlas. You have to go around. Where you come back in is the hypoglossal opening. To the bottom is a pyramid. I'm not making this up. Look in any medical encyclopedia, Gray's Anatomy, all of it. At the hypoglossal opening, below, there is a pyramid. Above, there is an olive. That is the Mount of Olives. Jesus Christ, every time he was done with those apostles who had no faith and continued to fear, and he had to settle the storm, he had to settle the seas, and then he just had to get away from them and walk upon the maritime admiralty waters to the shore. Where did he go? Into the Mount of Olives, and that is meditation. That is meditation. This is crossing out of the physical, the five physical senses, the physical body, the physical form, and into heaven upon earth in the Mount of Olives. Pyramid below for a mount, olives above. Pyramid and olives, Mount of Olives. And that's where Jesus went, and that tells you everything you need to know. So I believe strongly that that is code, that Jesus and Mary Magdalene, Joshua, Jeheshua, and Mary Magdalene were solely sustaining themselves on the breath of God via this manna from heaven. Manna is thought from God. And remember, if you listen to our shows on Revelation, Revelation makes it so clear. You must flee into the wilderness for 42 days. 42 is the three perfect bloodlines. Okay, from Abraham to David, from David to the rise of Babylon, from the peak of Babylon to Jesus Christ. Three perfect bloodlines of 14. 14, 14, 14 is 42. So you run into the wilderness, which is your right brain, through these perfect bloodlines. So you're being Christ-like. You go into the right brain by being virtuous. And then what does it say? That God provided the house to her that fled into the wilderness for 42 days. And in that house, she took only food provided to her by God for 1,260 days. 42 times 30, 1,260. 1 plus 2 and plus 6 is 9. 12 times 30, 360 degrees. 24 times 30, 720, 72, 3 days and 3 nights. 42 times 1260. Why does the book of Revelation have 24 and 1,260 so many times? It's code. 42 are the three perfect bloodlines that lead to Jesus Christ. Be Jesus Christ. And then 1,260 is for 1,260 days to take only manna from heaven. She took only in the house that God provided. What's inside your temples, your home, built upon solid rock, your activated pineal gland is your home, the optic thalamus, known as the light of the world. Who else was known as the light of the world? Jesus Christ. For 1,260 days, you take only the food that God provides. Well, God he's metaphysical. He's in meditation. He's silence, stillness and silence. He can't give you bread. He can't give you corn. He can only give you purity of thought. And this is how you sustain yourself. And that's eventually where we get to. I'm nowhere close to that, but that's eventually where we need to get to. And that's that next book after the etymology of the English language, A to Z, that I'll get to is the trilogy. I can't believe it. It's the Lord of the Rings, the Fellowship of the Ring, the Two Towers, Fellowship of the Ring, 360 degrees, the 2 towers, 720, 72 hours, 3 days, 3 nights, and then the return of the king. Crazy. Jesus, I can't believe it. I get to write the Lord of the Rings. It's unbelievable. It's all a miracle. It's beautiful and it's a miracle, and I'm humbled to play whatever role that I get to play in this. It's a miracle. It's all a miracle. And thank you. One of our dogs that is now Eugene's dog. You want to introduce that beautiful soul?
Yeah, Melania Trump.
That's Melania Trump. She's a beauty, and she's such a good girl. Thank you, Eugene, for loving her so much.
Is she the granddaughter of Anastasia?
I think so.
Yeah, some people were asking about that since y'all hinted at it, and that's, you know, we don't know, but that's a fun one to play with.
It resonates within me, Justin. It resonates within me.
Really
Anastasia is quite real.
Yeah, and Melania is quite regal as well. Yep. This Melania, sometimes regal, sometimes not.
Little monster.
But she definitely gets what she wants. So I guess she's got that strong will.
She's finding her way. She's finding her path. But she is a good girl. Boy, is she a good girl.
She really is. Yeah.
So thank you guys. An incredible show. Thank everyone for being here. At our peak, we were over 500 viewers tonight. So that was amazing. And right now in the chat room, there's 382 likes and 0 dislikes. So that's a pretty slam dunk. That's a pretty slam dunk evening.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll fire up some dislikes.
Yeah.
I always like picturing them while they do it. They're just like, that'll show them real good this time.
And a couple of questions. Who is in my lap? If you don't know, you should probably know. This is Frodo Baggins. Hello, Frodo.
Yep. Otherwise known as Charlie's Shadow. Never goes without a little Frodo behind.
It is true, and it's a blessing. It's a gift from God. And Frodo just showed up here in Mexico in the morning after a huge storm, and he was just at our front gate. I opened the front gate in the morning. Frodo came rushing in, and he's been at my side ever since. It's incredible, just an absolute gift from God.
All right. Well, I think this has been the longest show yet. So I think this one's 5 hours. Well, y'all started at 6:30.
Yeah.
Beautiful and jam-packed with so much stuff. I mean, it's wild to have a show this long full of so much stuff, and then the time just seems like it flies by because it's there's no lack. There's no lack when you're aligned with the truth, when all you do is you talk the truth. There's so much truth to uncover and talk about and discuss, and that's why Charlie talks about we're not meant to these artificially short lifetimes, because we are meant to explore this whole creation and all of it, discover all the mysteries, all the wonder. So I'm so excited to start this journey and to really have that time to dive into it.
That's the perfect word, whole, because that's the whole thing. We're trying to be holistic, and we're trying to be holy and whole in the sense where we're one. So yes.
And let me leave everyone with this, because I want to drive this point home. This is so insane. When you eat dead, rotting animal flesh, you are inviting parasites within you, because you can't survive without the parasites. So you just need to know that. So when they recommend ivermectin to you, and that's going to kill all of the parasites within you, if you go back to eating meat, you're going to die, because this meat is killing you. It is absolutely death. There's no carnivore in the world that eats cooked meat. None of them do. They lap blood. They may eat organs because the organs are filled with very dense, rich blood. So they just lap blood. That's what carnivores are. We're the only supposed carnivores in the world that eat cooked flesh. Nobody else does it, and we've been taught to do it. It's ridiculous. So what you need to wrap your minds around is this. If you want to continue this insanity, When you eat meat, dairy, and eggs, you invite parasites within you. Now, here's the conundrum that comes with this. The bacteria the parasites that feast upon the death that is within you, they are what is keeping you alive for 60 years. 60 miserable years where you're sick all of the time. And by the way, common cold, no such thing. You know what the common cold is? It fits poisoning. It fits being poisoned to a T. So all of the symptoms of the common cold is what happens when you get poisoned. So these common colds is when your body can no longer deal with this and you just get physically sick. And that's why starve a cold, feed a fever, starve a cold, feed a fever. You have to starve a cold, stop poisoning yourself. So these parasites keep you alive for 60 years instead of dying at 7, but they make you live 60 excruciating years in pain and disease and suffering. That's the juxtaposition that you're living with. Without these parasites, you would die very, very young. With these parasites, you live hell on earth. Stop eating death and take only life. You are a frugivore. 100% you are a frugivore. And frugivores eat raw fruit. Some vegetables, some seeds, some nuts, but they basically just eat raw fruit. That's who you are. If we were meant to eat cheesies, I tell you that, but we're not. We're not. Mother Nature makes raw fruit. Corporations who make the jab are also making cheesies and Coke. That's true. So you just need to wrap your minds around it. If you want to kill animals, you're killing yourself. It is that simple. That's why you have parasites within you that keep you alive so that you can suffer. And like what do we always teach? The rewards are built into the work. So when you participate in the rape and torture and murder of these animals, the rewards that you are gifted are just. So you want to stop eating them, God will forgive you in the moment. Everyone will forgive you because you didn't know any better because they lied to you from birth. No one's judging you here. It's just that when you know better, do better. Stop this insanity of meat, dairy, and eggs now. You're a frugivore. Look it up. I've provided podcast after podcast proving this beyond description. There's no such thing as cancer. It's called acidosis. You're so acidic that your cells can't survive any longer. So they die really rapidly. There's no such thing as a cancer cell. There's just your sick cell that dies quickly so that it can reproduce itself. Your cells can only do 5 things. They breathe in, they respire, they intake nutrients, they excrete the waste, and then they reproduce. That's it. Your cells can only do 5 things. When they no longer can do those 4 things, they have one choice left. And that is to die, to be born again. To die, to be born again. This is where this cancer cell thing comes from. It just means that your cells are so acidic that they can't survive. Acid is death. Observe acid. Pour acid on anything and just observe it. You are meant to be alkaline. You are a frugivore. You eat raw fruits. You're a frugivore. Everything about you is a frugivore. Your teeth give it away. Your jaw gives it away. Your intestines give it away. Your bowels give it away. Everything is in you for a long time. You cannot be putting these heavy foods into you for a long time. There are doctors that have written books and books and books about doing colon surgery on their patients and finding meat deposits that are decades old inside of these people. What do you think that means? You think that that's natural, healthy, and normal? What do you think happens to an animal that's about to die? You don't think that they know? They know. And then every horrible secretion ever concocted inside of them comes pouring out. You're eating all of that. You're eating fear. You're eating tears. You're eating death. You're literally eating it in every single form. Stop doing this.
Simple. And if you want some extra motivation, feel free to come on over to my channel, Wandering Toward Truth. And every Wednesday we go through a health Q&A with Tony Wheel. And she's just a wealth of knowledge on how to get onto this frugivore diet and to heal yourself. Just really take health back into your own hands. And we also do every few weeks, we do a show with Vegetable Police, which the last one we did was a fantastic conversation. So a lot of stuff to go over. And as Charlie said, if you really want to get into the why we're frugivore and how our body is designed and why we need to do this to be alkaline, go check out the Rumble channel where most of those good videos are. You can find them. But there's a lot of stuff. We've covered a lot of it. So there's really no denying it. There's no denying it. That is the way it is. All right. Yeah. Thanks, Charlie. Thanks for having us. We love you. Love you all in the chat. Yeah. Thanks for having us.
Great show, guys. Thank you for just being superstars. Thank you. Appreciate it so much. Thank you to everybody out there. We love you, and we'll see you again soon.
See ya.